Today, we're going to be doing a midnight only Artifice run, and I cannot leave Artifice unless I full clear the moon or unless the autopilot ship leaves on its own. The reason why I'm skipping all the way to Artifice for the midnight only challenge is because it is my turn on the tag team 10 quota run, and apparently it's 10th quota on that run. For those unfamiliar, the tag team 10 quota, a challenge put together by SQ Dread, where he got a bunch of Lethal Company runners together and is trying to complete a 10 quota run where a different person handles each quota, and somehow the 10th quota has landed on me, and in order for me to complete that 10 quota run, I must collect at least $800 per day in the final quota. And since we're doing that one in version 50, the best way to do that is to go to Artifice. The problem is I don't have that much experience on Artifice. It has legitimately been over 100 business days since I last played on Artifice. So rather than doing a solo nightmare run this morning in Forsaken Frontiers, I have decided to push that one back a little bit later into the day and decided to start the stream with midnight only Artifice. The reason why it's not just regular solo high quota Artifice is because if I'm going to get $800 per day, I might have to be there for a while. So I'm going to practice staying on Artifice for a long time and not dying while also trying to get $800. I don't know how to add mods to downpatched versions of Lethal Company, so I will be playing on version 65. Version 65 Artifice is going to be a lot harder than version 50 because it has mine shafts, it has man-eaters. I won't have a jetpack off rip, and the reason why I'm not doing free store is because what if I end up going the distance doing midnight only Artifice for a solo high quota? I think that would be kind of lit. But at least in the version 50 tag team quota, I'll have a jetpack available to me. But I think there's still some credence to doing an Artifice only run like this on foot from quota 1, etc, etc. Mostly just to get myself used to Lethal Company again. It's been a little bit since I've played Lethal Company to a serious capacity, and by a little bit I mean like maybe a week or so. Because, you know, since Forsaken Frontiers released, I've been focusing real hard on developing for that, putting out guides for Forsaken Frontiers, answering a bunch of questions in the Discord, trying to get people acquainted with the game. And it looks like today is the day that I'm coming back to Lethal Company, and we're coming out swinging to the most difficult map in the game and probably the most difficult version of it. But it's cool. It's cool. We're out here. We're gonna figure it out. When you do high quota for paid moons, you're allowed to use the free moons mod, which makes it so that I can go to Artifice for free. So we are going to go to Artifice for free, if anyone was wondering how we were going to start off our run on Artifice. But yeah, that's a long intro. Had a lot to say, I guess, this morning. So we're going to get to it. How's it going, Cardwell? Tix Cardwell. Karma, hello, hello to early streams. Is because my schedule has done a full 180 on itself. I've been awake editing videos for quite a bit, but I also woke up super late at night, so I guess the regular person equivalent right now, it would be about like 6 p.m. right now if I was on a regular person schedule. I'm not on a regular person schedule at this time. Hello, Spin. Welcome in, you guys. Designing a bridge. Hopefully I'm going to cross one today into territory of solo Artifice leaderboard and maybe a completion on a 10 quota. So, and also set some cool scores to beat in solo Forsaken Frontiers afterwards, if I still got the energy for it. But I've been up for a little bit, so I want to get started. How's it going, Creef? Not sure what you're talking about. Okay, let's go. I'm not bringing a shovel day one. I think it's mine. 33 objects, just in case. I'm gonna write 33 here, just in case. You know, there is a world where I full clear this. It's probably not this one. I don't even know if it's like, if they put 33 objects at the very front of Artifice, would I be able to make that many trips to full clear? I don't know. There's an old bird right there, old birds. Now version 50, this is version 65, like I said. I think I'll play fire exit. Can I squeeze through here? No. Excuse me. So if, at least when I down patch and go for real, I won't have to deal with mine shafts. I won't have to, I'm left clicking again. I'm left clicking to open stuff like it's Forsaken Frontiers. I might have to start changing some keybinds so that the games are at least consistent with each other. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure. Luckily, no locked doors. I forget where I was going with that. I think I just need to lock in for a little bit. Because 800 per day is kind of no joke regardless of which version of Artifice I am on. Oh yeah, so when I downpatch to version 50 later, I won't have to deal with mineshafts. I won't have to deal with man-eaters. Still no Kidnapper Fox. That is a crazy water pool, by the way. I was kind of hoping to come back to Lethal Company doing something a little bit more chill, but since this is kind of a time-sensitive issue, you know, kind of try to get this out of the way. Get a full inventory. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. So something... When I stream, if I ended my stream with a raid, normally when I open up OBS again, well, I usually have OBS open. Whoever I raided's chat will be up on my OBS, not my own, which is why sometimes when I start stream, I say, oh, I have to go reset my chat, I guess. Or like open and close a certain dock. Is this 800? Well, it's definitely not the way back, unfortunately. I'm already lost. It's 8 minutes into the recording and I'm lost. I might be cooking. The possibility of completing 10 quotas for the 10 quota run. But in my defense... Oh. In my defense, SQ was on quota 9 before me. And the message that I saw going into this was, we're cooked. Or this run is cooked. And so unless I get real close, I don't think this run is going to be completely on me. I'm already deflecting as if I'm not just going to completely smash this out of the park. It was either going to be me or Big Weave. It was actually supposed to be Big Weave's turn, but he asked me if I could go first since he can't really get to it until a little bit later. I, unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you want to see it, was available. So I'm like, oh, you know what, why not? Let's just do it. I don't got any Lethal Company queued up for YouTube. Let's go handle. How's it going, Dark Bonds? I figure out the jingle copyright stuff. Not really. I'm just hoping that, like, the jingle is short enough to where it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm gonna find out the hard way. I'm not gonna, like, not use the elevator or use main just because I might get copyrighted for it. It's kind of gonna be something that I may or may not have to deal with. Which, I guess is, alright. This currently isn't anywhere close to 800, by the way. Exactly, gotta hug the walls. Hopefully I don't have to go in the water. I'm gonna left hug this time, maybe I get something a little cheeky. Oh, I must have been mixing up my left and right hugs. I mean, this is where I wanted to go, but... Toilet paper? Only worth 67, but... Another mask? Why are there so many masks? They're quarantined up here in Artifice, it seems. Oh, something opened up a door. And I couldn't tell you what it is. I hope I don't ever have to find out. How about let's start making a trip back then? I mean, we have 2 full inventories, so... How about we handle that? Two full inventories, so long as I make it back, we can maybe go check main. Maybe it's more chill over that way. Oh, I see. Cool. This way. Trying to remember where I came from. Nice. Already 3:54? Jeez. Guess we're testing out our timing here. You think we got masked? How's it going, Sky? Yeah, finally streaming. Finally not just editing videos or something, or talking in the Discord. I was supposed to stream yesterday. Car broke down and or my car battery died when I was out for breakfast, so I... Wow. Come on then. What the? So early. Why is that so loud? Wait. Oh, that was for real, wasn't it? Okay. Well then. This is why jetpacks are very good on Artifice. I just leave toilet paper at this point. Yeah, especially for like this amount, 67 is not impressive at all. And I didn't watch Bread's guide on how to see better with toilet paper, but... I mean, I can kind of see right now. So I guess we're okay for now. I might want to open up this door again though, because I didn't actually trap anything in here. Please don't kill me. What's it looking at? Fine. This might be a rough run. So pushing out FF vids in its infancy, better than streaming every day, right? And I've said before that, like, sometimes streaming is a little bit of a throw for me as someone who's trying to grow a YouTube presence. But I'm very happy that people on YouTube were enjoying my solo Forsaken Frontiers run, and that people who have checked out my Forsaken Frontiers guides have found it valuable. I wasn't expecting anyone to actually watch me play the game, but I was very happy with it. It's performing basically right up there with my Lethal Company videos, and that's like the best I could ask for right now. Now ideally, I can upload both of them at the same time and they don't interfere with each other's performance. That would be like best case scenario. But I haven't uploaded like a long form Forsaken Frontiers video like that at the same time as the Lethal Company one, at least since the main release. So maybe that's going to be something that happens now, especially now that I will have Lethal Company and Forsaken Frontiers after today. I didn't have a long form video today. I only had the equipment guide. This is that main entrance? I don't know. Maybe I feel like I should start buying stuff. It's okay. Thanks for the follow, Fruitby Noob. Recognize you from YouTube. Watch your Forsaken Frontiers video. Speaking of Forsaken Frontiers, let's go. Glad you checked that one out. I was gonna start with Forsaken Frontiers today. I'm very interested in doing a lot more solo gameplay, especially, you know, since there's a lot of solo Forsaken Frontiers representation in the Discord right now. And there are some scores that I gotta beat. I'm very interested in the single day high score category. For example, like Sky here put up like a 500, I don't remember the exact number, sorry. It was like 513 or 517 on solo Metro, which is a pretty impressive number and one that I don't even think I've ever gotten. And then there's someone, a gluten-free bread, I think, or gluten-free something, sorry. But they got like 543 on Metro solo. I'm like, this might be I kind of like this this challenge category. That's gonna be something I push in addition to like actually trying to complete as many debt cycles as possible. But before all that though, I want to make sure that I have as many Forsaken Frontiers guides out as possible just to help ease people into the game. Because, you know, it does have a bit of a learning curve. For better and for worse. Thanks for the follow, Casey Page. Speaking of Tag Team Quota, Casey Page is part of the Tag Team Quota run. And yeah, I'm practicing on Artifice so I don't throw. This is probably more what I'm gonna see on version 50, like, you know, a mansion interior. You know, there's no mineshaft in version 50. Brother, I'm lost. Okay. Good luck, practice. Thank you, thank you. I think I'll need it. Not gonna lie. This is a lot of trips, by the way. A lot of trips. I'm gonna go for it all. We might as well go for gold. Alan, hello everybody. Benefit from that, feel like the game murders me, right? It's not an easy game. And definitely not one like that's crazy intuitive because up until they added the director messages, there wasn't the only way you could really find out what the enemies do is just from very like meticulous, or not meticulous, but you'd have to pay attention quite a bit. And as someone who doesn't pay attention like that all that much, I think the main reason why I was able to learn so much is because during the playtest, you know, the devs were there and kind of telling us some information to help us like test it. But I don't know if I would have picked up on everything if I was just out there in the wild playing Forsaken Frontiers kind of blind. That said, because a lot of the feedback for the game has been that the game is kind of too difficult to pick up, the devs are rebalancing the game for more casual play. They're still gonna maintain like some of the difficulty, but they're gonna make at least like, you know, the earlier maps easier to ease yourself into the game. For, you know, there's probably a better way to word that. And I think it's a good thing. And also the director messages explaining what each of the enemies do, I think is very helpful. Run number 3 is the only one who has not suffered a tragic loss yet. Oh, you know. Because I definitely need that kind of pressure right now. But hey, how crazy would it be if Chef Austin was the one to complete the 10 quota run? Never even completed a 10 quota run in my life. Wouldn't even know what the backside of Artifice looked like if you asked me about it or got me on a GeoGuessr episode with Thwale. There's 2 giants. Actually, I was able to guess the Artifice GeoGuessr even though I've never... Well, even though I've never really seen that tile. Okay, wait. If I close him in here, where am I supposed to go? I'm not entirely confident. Is it up these stairs? Where do these stairs even go? Oh, okay, there's a door back here. 2 giants. Okay, turn around, please. Hopefully that was good enough. Holy shit, I can't see. Okay, now I have to lure that one into the other one. Or into this one, maybe? There's a baboon hawk behind me. Dude, this is why I play on experimentation. No, you son of a... Alright, well. But yeah, like I said, Forsaken Frontiers is getting retuned. The metro and hotel maps will be made easier. And for everyone who's concerned that the game is a little bit too difficult right now, that should change pretty much by the end of the week, actually. because that is like high priority item for the team right now. For the record, I am not on the dev team. I am not getting paid for promoting Forsaken Frontiers. But the devs are asking me questions about balancing and stuff. As someone who's like played the game quite a bit. And studied game design in school for what it's worth. That is some chef lore for everybody. I did study game design in school, so. And someone who's also looking out for the casual player bases of all games, really. Not everybody plays like, exactly, right? And that might have been like one of the downsides of playtesting the game with only speedrunners and challenge runners. Because I mean, like, even if let's take like Lethal Company for example. I think Lethal Company is a relatively easier game. Or even if it's not an easier game, the game's been out for like a year now. The meta has been developed. It's shown to be possible that you can be a high-performing employee in this game, and there's still people who struggle with meeting their first quota. And Forsaken Frontiers, which is arguably a more difficult game to pick up, if the same people pick up Forsaken Frontiers, they're just gonna get destroyed immediately. Which is why, you know, they're retuning the game for more casual players. Not to rag on casual players or anything, it's more just like that's something you have to consider when making a game that is geared to be more difficult. I was thinking about it before going on live today, like what does it take for a game that is intended to be difficult to like grow a large player base? And the first game I thought of was Escape from Tarkov. Escape from Tarkov has crazy learning curve. I think crazy difficult game. And people will stay away from it because of how difficult it is, but I mean it's big enough so that, like, you know, there's a big enough competitive community out there to keep the game afloat. And I'm thinking the answer to that question is that if you're gonna do a game that's supposed to like thrive on difficulty, you have to be the one that like innovates the genre. Because there are games that have been inspired by Escape from Tarkov afterwards, such as like I don't even entirely remember the name, and that's so sad because I actually liked it a lot. I think it was called Cycle Frontier. I know cycle was in the word, and now that I think about it, you know, Frontier, there's a word in there, Debt Cycles. And now that I brought that into existence, I really hope that Forsaken Frontiers doesn't suffer the same fate as Cycle Frontier. I actually really enjoyed Cycle Frontier and thought it was a bit more easy to get into than Escape from Tarkov. But you know, a lot of casual players weren't able to stick with that one, and people who were competitive kind of stuck with Escape from Tarkov instead. It was a more developed game. Or what's another example? More recently was, dang, I really liked this game too, and the name is escaping me. It was the extraction shooter. I even made a video on it too. An extraction shooter that was also PvP VE, where, you know, there were aliens. Like, 2 players control the alien and then everyone else controls scavengers. I'm gonna take the elevator just so I can look at my Steam library real quick. Because I'm doing this game a disservice by not having the name come to mind. Cycle Frontier. It wasn't Cycle Frontiers, but the other one was... Brother, you don't even play half of these games. Why do you have them all in here? Just scrolling for a second. Okay, we're gonna look it up. Extraction shooter. Level 0 Extraction. There you go. Level 0 Extraction was the game that came to mind. Super enjoyed that game. Didn't get a lot of traction because it was too difficult. True. The PvP, yeah, PvP aspect is good. The reason why I like games like Forsaken Frontiers and Lethal Company though is because it doesn't have that PvP, element to it. But then when you don't have a PvP element, you have to make sure that your PvE elements are like finely tuned in a way that people will actually enjoy your game. I guess I should... I don't really know what I should do. Should I bring this back first? I'm going to. Spooky music. Yeah, they got new jingles right now in version 65. I'm unafraid of this worm, by the way. I should have been a little bit more afraid. You can PvP, it just hurts your take-home value with penalty. True. True. There's nothing stopping you from fighting your teammates in Lethal Company or in Forsaken Frontier. Or, well, you can't really fight your teammates in Forsaken Frontiers, but you can absolutely grief them. Lock in, Chef on. I am locked in. I am locked in. Sort of. Man, even if I, well, actually, if I was just doing a regular solo high quota Artifice, I'd be leaving this moon a lot sooner. Like, I'd probably just leave after one inventory and do that for a couple quotas until I can get a jetpack. I could, honestly, one inventory 3 days in a row probably gets me a jetpack on Artifice. So I guess really what I should be doing on this run, this midnight only one, if the intention is to practice for tag team quota, I should really practice bringing one-handed objects to the entrances rather than like just treating this as a midnight only thing. But you know, it's kind of like a, no, double-edged sword isn't the right metaphor for this. But I also want to give like the midnight only Artifice challenge like an actual go, not just as warm-up for the tag team quota, because you know this is gonna make it to YouTube and I don't want the people who see that I tried midnight only Artifice feel a bit scammed because I was only using this as practice. So I'll give it an earnest go to see just how possible midnight only Artifice is for someone who hasn't played too much Artifice. Whether or not finding main entrance is a good thing is up to interpretation. Egg PvP Lethal Company. I've like considered doing like PvP content angles for Lethal Company. I just never thought they were as interesting as you know, high performing challenge runs. Or just having like challenge runs and having non-high performing people try them. Myself included. Though I was watching like one of my old Lethal Company runs the other night. It was the one where I was revisiting a series that Nico and I were doing called the 1000 Quota Iron Man, where the goal was to see if we can reach a 1000 quota on every moon in order. Either without dying and before Nico could get 1000 subscribers on YouTube. Because at the time, Nico still needed a few more subscribers to reach YouTube partner. And we figured like this 1000 quota thing would be a cool thing to do. And it was also going to be like our first real go at high quota, because Nico and I weren't really high quota runners per se. We were just more like casual, let's come up with something goofy and play for 2 hours and call it a day. So 1000 quota was like our first attempt at trying to go on longer runs. Funny enough, a 1000 quota, a 1000 quota run is about a 6 quota run. And if high quota HQ, like the high quota leaderboards were around at the time, Nico and I would have qualified as a duo on the leaderboards back then. Because we did complete, like on our experimentation run, we did complete at least 6 quotas on experimentation. We did the same thing on assurance. I think we did the same thing on Val. And then we left off on offense because that's when Nico hit 1000 subscribers, and also when we took our first hiatus from doing Lethal Company stuff. PvP is just trolling. That's all PvP in every game. You can quote me on it. Did I right hug the first time? Or did an enemy open the... We should have enough money for jet and terminal. I'm surprised we don't even have one already. If we don't have one, I'm for sure buying one. Because I'm not doing Artifice on foot. I'm only doing Artifice on foot here because, you know, I don't have a jetpack yet. It is what it is. It's part of the challenge. I wouldn't have a jetpack on an Artifice only run in High Quota. I don't see why I should get one to start just to practice for tag team. If anything, like me just playing Lethal Company is good enough practice, I think. I kind of need to get back into the swing of actually playing this game specifically. Because I've been like fully Forsaken Frontiers build mentally for the past few days. So sometimes it just takes like an hour or two, or like an hour rather, to really fully get mentally back into things. Okay, how about let's try to get 2 inventories back? And then go from there. Now I don't know the spawns or anything on Artifice, because whenever I've gone to Artifice, by the time I'm going there, I already have a jetpack, so the outdoor just does not matter to me. And you know, I'm not like doing world record High Quota or anything, so I just leave all my two-handed objects behind. Usually when I'm here, it's for like well actually I don't even know usually when I'm here. I guess it's usually when I do an Iron Man challenge. There aren't really many other reasons for me to be here. Can I use toggle mute in solo? I mean, toggle mute's allowed, right? I'm doing it right now. Shit, I forgot that they can hear me. Don't turn. Okay, well if you turn that way. They can't hear the clock, which is nice. Brother! Oh my god. Just aggro him on purpose then. Just aggro him on purpose. Embryon with Facility Meltdown. Facility Meltdown is a mod that I haven't used in a while. Embryon's a moon that I want to revisit at some point soon. Especially now, like, especially for High Quota purposes. I feel like solo Embryon's one of the harder leaderboards to get on. But now there are at least 2 people that are on it as a solo player. Oh, that's tough. Why did you go in there? Well, I can always just go up and around, I think. That might be safer rather than trying to walk a dog in a little small building like that. Solo test your bravery. Most the reason, well, I mean, a big reason why I do solo is because it's just easier for me to coordinate a playtime by myself with myself. And usually if I bring someone else on into my playthrough, like it is a requirement that they understand that I'm playing for content, that I'm playing for YouTube and whatever. So if our like it's just the way it is. And it's kind of hard to coordinate with people who aren't taking the content side of things a little bit more seriously. Because then, like, people, I mean, even I flake, so I can't really be are you just walking through the door? Okay. Okay. Like, for example, the reason why I play with Nico a bunch is because that dude is content pilled probably even harder than I am. But right now, he is absolutely more content pilled for Forsaken Frontiers than Lethal Company. And since he has, you know, a day job still, it's kind of hard for us to continue our duo High Quota. Gosh. Our duo High Quota series. We're trying to get on the high quota leaderboards together as a duo, which is understandable. I mean, high quota takes like, at least to the capacity that we do it, takes about 6 hours. And if you work a 9 to 5, that's what, 8 hours of working, plus maybe an hour, hour and a half if you include commuting and your lunch. So that's 9.5 hours out of your day. Assuming you sleep like 4 to 6 hours, that's like what, 13.5, 14, 15, 16 hours of your day. And then you play 6 hours of Lethal Company, so that's like 20, 22 hours of your day. And then you're supposed to fit in Forsaken Frontiers and editing for YouTube and also talking to your girlfriend, because Nico has a girlfriend. I don't know, I'm pretty sure he said that. I'm not revealing new information here. And you gotta fit 6 hours of Dead by Daylight on top of that. If we gotta cut one of them, Lethal Company's gotta go. That's all I gotta say. But that's just for him. I obviously cannot cut Lethal Company. Lethal Company is my current bread and butter. Shout out to Call Me Bread. But if Forsaken Frontiers can exist right next to it, that would be like the ideal outcome of the effort that I'm putting in right now. Let sleep equals more content. That's why, like, you know, I'm back to like that 24/7 grind pretty much. Like doing the whole Dead by Daylight plus Lethal Company thing that I was doing before Forsaken Frontiers launch was kind of practice for this. And that's also why there hasn't really been Dead by Daylight videos on my channel, because I just don't really have that time to do the Dead by Daylight stuff as much. And neither do Maylene or Nico or Big Weave really. And unfortunately Dead by Daylight doesn't really make me money, so it is what it is. Still enjoy Dead by Daylight as a game though. We did play the other day and had a good time doing that. It's just not as big of a priority as Lethal Company and Forsaken Frontiers. Also, where is this turret? I heard a turret. Is it old phone single item day? What the hell? The one time I don't scan, huh? That's like something you can do when you scan. Like, even though I don't really have an illusion that I am going to full clear Artifice by myself, I can at least use the, okay, well, it's not old phone only day. I can at least use the value shown to kind of guess what kind of loot I'm gonna get. Sometimes you can tell if you actually get a single item day based on the total loot value that you get. But you know, that's more of just a fun fact. It's not something that I'm actually gonna use because I don't play enough Artifice to actually know what standard loot values are. And it doesn't even apply here because it's not even an old phone only day. This isn't even good practice right now for the 10 quota run because there's no mineshaft in V50. There it is. Hello. Easy, just don't sleep. See, from one content creator to another, Illusion gets it. That's my dog. Welcome in, dude. Speaking of Illusion, us two and Alter Ego will be revisiting our full clear offense attempts sometime soon. Ego was just messaging us the other day. I don't know if I'm supposed to leak that, but I'm going to. Just look forward to it. It's gonna be a thing. And I may or may not visit offense before then to practice for it, because I would absolutely like to actually full clear offense this time around. We didn't get to do it last time, but we've had time since then to figure it out. And I now have at least a week to start figuring that out, so we're gonna use it. We're gonna use it. Sleep is overrated? I think sleep is super underrated. I love my sleep. Here's the thing. Sleep is underrated, or sleep is underrated in the fact that I think people don't get enough sleep. And if you can regularly get enough sleep, like, that does so much for performance. But the caveat is that the people who have the time to be able to sleep a lot sometimes sleep too much. So there's a kind of like a little bit of a balance to be had. Not that well, I've definitely been at my most energetic when I've been consistent about my sleep schedule. But I think, you know, trying to throw in consistency into your life is trying to actively, okay, well, I was gonna try to get real crazy with how I was gonna describe that. But trying to maintain a system or some sort of regularity in life, like trying to control chaos in the universe. You know, sometimes what you gotta do ebbs and flows, and you gotta be able to be flexible about it. But being able to be both flexible and rigid is a very, very valuable skill. I think I lie, if I had to pick, I lie a little bit too far towards the flexible side and not enough towards the rigid side. But we're still out here anyway. It's not the end of the world. Consistent sleep is tough for sure. I can't tell if what I heard was in game or in real life. I'm gonna ignore it. Pretend like I didn't hear anything. Sleep is boring? Maybe from like, you know, from a viewer perspective. Sleep is like one of my favorite things that I do. Actually, moments right before sleep tend to be like my favorite times. But only if I feel like I've done enough in the day. Sometimes the moments right before sleep are the worst times, actually. Because I feel like I didn't do enough. And it's like, damn, what am I doing lying here? Like being all tired and shit. Brother! Oh, wrong way. No, jumping the throw, Austin, you know this. Did he aggro on me earlier? Like, what the hell's going on? This is gonna be Austin never completes one day on Artifice for 2 hours instead of midnight only challenge, isn't it? Okay. If I could exist without sleep with no consequences, would absolutely love that though. For sure. If it meant that I was never tired, I could probably... Would I be firing on all cylinders at all times? I don't know. I've never not reached a point of exhaustion in a day. So I'm assuming that if you didn't have to sleep, you would just never get exhausted, which is a little bit more than just no sleep, I guess. Thumper was a paid stream sniper. That stream sniper getting paid more than I am currently. Whoever paying these stream snipers, how about you pay the streamer instead? That'll be sick. Just do no sleep sunbathing and see what happens. It is like the one day in San Diego where it's not sunny out. I looked out on my balcony, which by bringing up a balcony doesn't do well for the no money allegations, does it? And I saw that there was a lot of, you know, wetness on my balcony. Like, what the hell, man? I usually have like my screen door open too, so my carpet got a little wet. It's like man. I mean, I for people who aren't from here, from like Southern California, it's like, Austin, why do you even have your screen door open in like the middle of fall or like near winter? Are you actually insane? And it's because like this part of San Diego just doesn't differentiate between seasons really. It's just like always a cool like 50 to 80 degrees year round, except during like some pockets of summer where it goes up to 90, I guess. Four seasons doesn't really exist here. It's more of just kind of like a temporal thing, but not necessarily a weather thing. Obviously, like fall and winter, it's still gonna lean towards being a bit on the chillier side. But as someone, you know, who went to school on the East Coast at least, I understand that what seasons are here are not what seasons actually are. That's part of the reason why I went to school on the East Coast. I wanted to experience what the seasons were like. And since I went somewhere that got like 130 inches of snowfall both years that I was in school, I realized that seasons aren't for me and that I can do without them. But I also had to shovel a lot of snow in those 2 years, so that might have contributed to a lot of it. I thought pulling weeds in the I thought pulling weeds was my least favorite, like domestic chore to do. Turns out shoveling snow is actually worse. Not that the act of shoveling snow is all that bad on its own, but it's the fact that you have to do it and you have to do it constantly. Like at least when I pull weeds, it's not like crazy. Where's this clock? Hello. But that might also just be a skill issue as a boy from California who didn't really have the tech or anything on how to do it properly or efficiently. Also, I had to do it for the fraternity that I was in, so I didn't even live at the place that I was shoveling snow for. I had to like go walk over to the place to shovel snow. But at the same time, like if we take that, like shoveling snow out of the equation, I'm also allergic to like cold weather like that. I'm supposed to have an EpiPen whenever I go into like cold environments or swim in cold water. But why someone like that wants to go live in snow, like go figure. No sleep subathon? I might consider it. Dandy autocorrect. Over sleep, you basically half your lifespan. What is half a lifespan for someone who intends to live forever? It is not physically proven that I will die at some point. It's just very likely or very unlikely that I don't die. But until that day happens, I'm going to operate under the premise that I will keep living forever. I'm not joking about the EpiPen. That's for real. I learned the hard way when I went surfing and came out with full body hives, and that was not cool. Went to like an allergy person or allergy doctor after that. And I have just stayed away from lots of cold activities ever since. Or if I am gonna do like something in the cold, I make sure that I'm well equipped for it, which you should do regardless. Why are you out doing cold activities and not prepared for it? Like, so it's just like I just have to take extra precautions. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, this is dumb as hell. You know, there are people who are allergic to a lot worse things. Like, for example, I'm not allergic to any foods or medications. I will gladly take an allergy to cold than any of those. Like, if I had to be allergic to something, the cold is not one of the worst ones. Okay. I mean, I hear the thumper in the distance. I should be used to this by now. It's like, it kind of feels like offense, but not as bad so far. Offense interior has been a lot worse to me. It's this part that's kind of troubling me, which really shouldn't. I feel like Artifice exterior is pretty fair. Like you have a lot of room for outplay for Artifice exterior, even without like locking enemies into, you know, oh, baboon hawks. Does everyone see why I play assurance and experimentation, man? I was having such a good time on experimentation until I threw. But hey, you know what? If this does well on YouTube, I might just keep coming back to these paid moons. Fuck. Can the dog hear the clock? Apparently not. So, thankful for that. They can definitely hear the robot though, which is why I have it hidden in, or turned off in my inventory, and I'm not switching off of this toy train. Worms can go through the little house, apparently. I also learned that they can go through the warehouses also. Wasn't expecting to get so many worms here, you know. Worms aren't something I associate with Artifice. But maybe it's something I should consider now. Oh shit. Okay, let's go all the way up here. We'll go back around, kind of still breaking line of sight with the old birds. Kind of just taking my time here. You know, I have to stay here until midnight regardless of what I do, so there's no real rush. I think the priority is making sure I'm safe. Feel like this old bird's gonna see me, for example. Then what's gonna happen as a result? Maybe we go up and around this way still? Yeah, I think like the one moment. Wait, this isn't gonna help because there's a thumper in here too. And a butler, word. Well, that's extremely unlucky, isn't it? I think the play was go back inside. But the fact that it shot me into the wall made that a lot less playable. I was hoping that it would hit me somewhere that wasn't the wall. At this point it's going to be, can Austin complete a quota in these conditions, isn't it? But yeah, I think the nerd way about saying not touching the ground is, as long as you're not touching the nav mesh on the map, then the worm can't get you. That's why standing like on top of scaffolding and I think on top of buildings and stuff works. But then standing on a railing sometimes doesn't work because it registers you on the nav mesh and not elevated. Surprised I didn't get grabbed. It's because I was on the right side of the old bird. I remember seeing in Bread's video that if you run, like if a way you can stun an old bird is to run through its right arm, because it'll try to grab, or sorry, its left arm, because it'll try to grab you with his right arm, miss, and be stuck in that animation for a little bit. That's why he took a little bit to turn around and start firing again. That's why I was also walking to the right towards his left arm. His non-grab arm. Which is very good information, I think. I should grab this key. It weighs nothing. We're gonna right hug. Hello, key. We're gonna right hug. Hello, robot. This is a bookcase. Pickles. Raspbill. The question is, how far do we go before we start coming? Okay, well, that brings us to an answer, doesn't it? But I mean, we're making progress, right? So far, I have actually brought home an inventory to the ship. And if it weren't for the midnight only clause, I would have at least completed a day. But we're out here trying to maximize, because for the tag team run, I'm gonna have to get at least $800 per day. And I definitely did not bring back home $800 per day so far. But I will have, I mean, I'll have access to a jetpack to help me get that 800. So, yeah. This isn't the most realistic practice for what I was doing this for. How much is this? Like 400? Like, see, we're already halfway there. We're already halfway there. And we did this completely on foot. You know, there's something to be said about that. Grab this key. No, yeah, if you touch them, if you like run through their rocket arm, you're pretty safe. It's like the safest way to survive an up-close encounter with an old bird. Brett be putting out some crazy guides. I'm glad that Okay, I thought this was main. I thought this was main. I didn't think twice about it. I just kind of, you know, I was yapping a bit. But this was main. It probably would have been faster to just bring the items here. We're moving on. 800 daily solo seems tough. Yeah, it's because some not so great things happened in quota 8 and 9, it seems. Or definitely quota 9, because the last message I saw about the tag team quota was, oh no. after SQ did quota 9. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to do some hero stuff here. But hey, I will answer the hero call even if it means we lose. At least, you know, it's crazy because this is the first time that there's multiple runs going for the tag team quota. There's 4 concurrent runs, and we're all just hoping that at least one of them will get completed at some point. And this is the first one that's made it this far. All the other ones have ended in disaster, including the one where I did quota 4 that one time. So wherever it lands at the very end is kind of up to luck of the draw, and in this case it landed on myself and on Big Weave, both of which do not play Artifice. Big Weave is most... What the fuck? Alright, oh yeah, I forgot that's a thing. Big Weave is mostly a V40 10 quota enjoyer and caster for the 10 quota league, which I'll be part of next season, by the way. Joining the 10 quota league. Leak. It's already been leaked, so I'm gonna leak it again. I say it's already been leaked as if I wasn't the one who said it. But yeah, 10 quota league, which is a collection of speedrunners who all race each other to 10 quota in different categories. Is coming back. Ran by the Short Sheriff, co-hosted by Big Weave, and has many of the Lethal Company speedrunner names that many who are acquainted in the Twitch space are aware of. And I will be joining it. I was invited. I've accepted the call. So for people who are worried about me not playing Lethal Company for a while, I'm not only just like locked into Lethal Company for quite a bit longer, but I also have incentive to actually get good at the game rather than just being a, you know, a mid content creator or something. Anthony and I locked into Metro day 1 solos right now. Good luck. I think the gluten-free person has the current record, right, of 543. I really like the single day category, like the single day clears. I'm not as big of a fan as a single day category in Lethal Company, especially because of the requirements for it, like where you have to get your equipment first, like on a regular run, and then like your performance is based on what kind of equipment you can get. I think like the single day clears would be a bit more interesting if in Lethal Company would be a bit more interesting if you just had to go in on day 1 like I'm doing right now. But then again, I guess you just go out doing the challenge, you just do the challenge moves, right? But who's still, does anyone still do the Lethal Company challenge moves, by the way? Because I actually just completely forgot that they were a thing until just this moment. I just completely forgot they existed. Not gonna lie to you. Please continue to look over that way. Thank you. Just stay right there. Friendship ended with LC challenge runs, FF challenge runs, our new best friend. You know, and the cool thing about like the single day challenge runs on like Forsaken Frontiers is that they're super fast paced, right? Like I'm about to just be sprinting everywhere on these single day clears. Like for high cycle or high quota Forsaken Frontiers runs, especially solo, you kind of have to play a little bit slowly as to like not aggro stuff. Especially if you want to preserve a run. But single day, there is like no risk there. You just send it. You just send it and you hope for the best, and that sounds pretty awesome. Obviously, I'm still gonna be trying to push like the high cycle meta as well. Like I'm gonna be trying to push as many different angles of it as possible. The one I probably won't touch as much right now is the speedrunning one. Because there are speedrunning categories right now for 1, 2, 3, and I think 6 cycle. And also Iron Man as well, so I guess I'll have to do Iron Man too. But I'm definitely more interested in putting up high numbers. Like loot maxing, if you will. I'm definitely more interested in the loot maxing rather than speed looting. Because, you know, loot maxing has speed looting just built into it by nature. Wait, hold on. Let me cook. Is this really the difference? Just no worms and I'm good? No worms and all of a sudden I'm Artifice Master? I have 3 hours to take this inventory, and I'm taking as much time as I need. You son of... If you turn right... I'm down patching. I don't know how to finish that sentence. Learning how to get anywhere other than progress makes single day much easier, right? And I think that's a very underrated, like, advanced strategy. And the only thing that ruins that is if you happen to find the second Shambler. Like usually, like it's pretty easy to get past the Butcher, Spider, and one Shambler, and then it's the second one that gets you. But if you somehow find both Shamblers early, you are in luck. And that is like probably one of the best indicators that you will have a decent run, especially if you're well familiar with the game. It's a race. One moment. Okay, we finally get a day because I'm definitely not going out of here. There's only 1 hour left. Honestly, $6.99 on foot, light work. $6.99 on foot, not bad, right? $6.99 on foot? Imagine now if I have a jetpack, which I will have, hopefully. Thanks for the follow, xcrew88. Yeah, I mean, like, the Butcher Room, the non-risky side, already has a decent amount of loot. I only really like looting the other half if that's literally the last thing that I'm gonna do before getting out of there. Like, if there's an elevator nearby or something. I will say, though, that I have looted the Butcher Room without aggroing enemies to it, but I'm pretty sure that has to do with the fact that they were occupied with someone else when I decided to aggro. So I can't say that I've done that in solo play yet. But yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Unfortunately, well, TCP bigs if no jet or a cruiser. I suppose so, right? I could buy a cruiser right now. Well, I just skip the next 2 days. And then do I skip? Well, the thing is, I don't want to use the cruiser because I'll be doing the tag team in version 50 and the cruiser wasn't in version 50. So I'll be doing a cruiserless Artifice run here. I think I just go and try and get this jetpack on day 2. The thing is, I can sell here and get a cruiser, and then maybe that will help me get the jetpack for quota 3. I'm playing on foot. And depending how much money I have, I'll consider TCPs for two-handed objects. But I haven't opened the save file yet. All I know is that I'm on 10th quota, and Casey was in here saying that I might have enough to buy a jetpack. That's the two pieces of information that I have right now. But I need to be able... Oh, you know what? I think I remember seeing a credit amount of like 26.35. Costs 1,500 to go to Artifice. So I will have like 1,100 left. I don't remember how much jetpack cost in version 50. Is that when they made it 900? If it's 900, then I'm a little cooked because I'll only have like $200 left, and I kind of want to get a shovel. Just in case. If we don't have one already. We're just gonna load in and see what I even have available to me. The only thing is, speedrunners don't use equipment other than the jetpack. So I'm like, I'm expecting like bare bones stuff in there. I'm gonna buy a belt bag. I'm gonna cross through 10 quota wearing a belt bag full of crazy equipment. And by crazy equipment, I mean what I can afford with $200. Let's do that. Now we're left hugging. $55 was when it went to 900. Cool. So if it's 700, then I have a little bit more money to work with. Also, thanks for the follow, Havanatar. Belt bag full of flashlights. That's what I'm saying. Why only bring one flashlight and then have to go back to the ship to recharge when you can just pull out a brand new spanking flashlight out of your belt bag? Like for people whose ideal loadout in Lethal Company is 4 pro flashlights, the belt bag is a crazy game changer for you. I also never watched Bread's video on how to get items that are in there. It's a shame. That's not knowledge I possess, unfortunately. It's knowledge I have access to, but not knowledge that is currently in my arsenal. I think I'm gonna start transferring brothers and sisters, siblings. I think it's time. I mean, ideally I should bring all that closer, right? And fuck this, I'm going... We're going all the way home. I'm leaving Artifice. I'm going back to experimentation and assurance. I don't even think this was the right way back. It was the right way back. Two inventories, awesome. 2 inventories is fine, dude. I'm actually going all the way back and grabbing a lamp because I am not bringing that toilet paper back. There was a lamp worth like 100 in here. That toothpaste was worth 40? That ain't Colgate. Who out here using some premium toothpaste that can tell me what brand I should refer to when I pick up a $40 toothpaste? Yeah, we'll pick these up though. I'd probably bring back the teeth and the robot first. Oh shit, you... Please. Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here. They're already flying? Dude, it's 2 o'clock. Dude, it's 2 o'clock. Kick the baby? What are we trying to do here? Kicking the baby has nothing to do with getting 800 per day. You're gonna pay me in scrap though. Get my line. Okay. You know what? How about we do some comp things? How about we trap old birds? Old birds are easier to trap than giants anyway. Alright, come on then. Oh my god. Well, doesn't matter if it's easier than giants if there are giants. Oh, these guys can go through. Alright. Where? Got stuck trying to leave the bus thing for the first 10 minutes? In what way? You can see me? What the? Okay. Okay then. Whatever. Alright, we're raw dogging this. Tired of it. If you're good enough at Lethal Company, you won't need to trap these. I said it. Just deal with... like, play the game as intended, bros. Oh, actually? Oh, word? Uh-oh. Please don't. Please don't. I mean... real speedrunners use old bird as speed boost? I'm saying. Okay, let's bring the giant over here. And then... right? That's how that works. You bring the giant over and then they aggro somewhere else. Wait, I don't want them to aggro back to main though. How's my day going? It's definitely going differently than I anticipated. I didn't, well, I'd say wake up this morning, but I didn't, well, we can start with that. I didn't wake up this morning. I've been awake for quite a bit. And I was planning on streaming at this hour anyway because I was awake for it. What I wasn't expecting was doing an Artifice only run. But because I'm being summoned for Tag Team 10 quota, I'm out here practicing on Artifice before I go do the real thing. That's kind of where I'm at right now. You know, haven't played on Artifice in a while. It's probably gonna be the first time that I actually... well, let's not jinx it. I need to make it back first. And there's everything on the map trying to stop me right now. Don't try sending giants back on V50. Heard that. I'm assuming that's not how giants work in V50. That's not even something I knew until recently. So that's not part of my main Lethal Company game plan to begin with. There's an old bird. I'm running directly into an old bird, guys. It is what it is. In fact, I'm gonna sneak up behind him like this. Yeah, see, look, dude's flying off. Listen, if I leave at 9 o'clock, no one will snitch, right? If I leave at 9 o'clock, no one will snitch. When do I do the tag team? I'm gonna do the tag team after this run, basically. I was gonna give this a go for like 2 hours, pretty much. So that way I had some, either 2 hours or until I got onto the leaderboard, the high quota leaderboard, which would be at least 6 quotas on Artifice. But I don't think I'm gonna reach 6 quotas by staying until midnight, unless this jetpack changes things. But it's gonna be the first thing I do right after this. Because it's the whole reason why I'm trying to lean, guys. I'm holding E to lean to look on the other side of this. Because I've been playing Forsaken Frontiers, but you can't lean in this game. But yeah, that's the only reason I'm doing Artifice. I would have loved to do Midnight only on a different moon instead. I'm currently looking at Offense and Titan. Offense because I need more offense practice, since I'll be going back to full clearing offense with Alter Ego and Illusion sometime next week. Titan because it's been requested, and also kind of inspired by Illusion's solo Titan runs. And you know, one of my most popular videos in Lethal Company was doing Titan. And I think doing Midnight only Titan would show people exactly why I leave so early on Titan. I don't know if it's gonna go better than Midnight only Artifice. But I guess we'll have a comparison now. It's midnight somewhere, true. But it looks like, you know, the cool thing about Midnight too is it's letting me kind of look over at chat and catch up on everything, so it's not that much longer. I already got the message that the ship will leave, so it's already past 10 p.m. It's probably in the 11th hour now, so yeah. Been watching your Lethal videos from like V40. Nice that I caught one of your streams. Love your yapping with games in the background. Word. Happy you're in here. Happy you're in here. This is a different hour than I usually stream, at least historically speaking, but with how my workflow has been since the release of Forsaken Frontiers, this might be the new stream hour, honestly. It's at least for Lethal Company. Obviously, I'd still like to stream later in the day because that's when, you know, people become more available for collabs and stuff. But as I said at the beginning of the stream, collabs are not necessary for me to stream. I'm very comfortable doing it solo as well. Now, watch this. I have Eclipse Artifice on the last day of the first quota. The theme of today's run is a midnight only challenge where I must stay on each landing until midnight, and the only exception is if I full clear the moon. Now I'm looking at an Eclipsed Artifice. It was already difficult enough to loot a non-Eclipsed Artifice. Like, here's what's gonna happen. I am going to abide by the rules. I will play until midnight. But what I am not going to do is land here. I am going to go to the company building, and I'm going to sell at 77% to meet my quota. I'm going to dodge this. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes into the recording. I would like to complete at least one quota today in this run. This is not going to be another 2-hour Chef Austin video where he does not complete a single quota. We are going to do it, and we are going to stick to the theme of the run. I have to sell $169 worth of stuff. And no matter what I have to sell, this clock is going first. I will not have this ticking for the entirety of the run. 169 minus 45. Need to sell 124 more. I think one of these lamps is exactly 124. Yeah. All right. Clock and a lamp. Little clock light. Never hurt no quota. Lucian did a bunch of Artifice only vids before his Titan series. I'm aware. I'm aware. I'd be an Illusion fan. But man, I agree. People love watching Titan pain. They love it. They love it. It just shows. 129? Dude, I sold 160. I sold. Okay, I guess it rounded all the way down. That's unfortunate. Okay. I guess we'll sell our next cheapest thing, which is Because I had 168 and then some on my math, but it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. The clickbait era has begun. I don't know what about this is clickbait though. I just found a way to not go to that moon in particular. In my intro, I didn't say that I had to play out every day. I just said that I got to stay until midnight. I earned my way to this workaround, I think. Unfortunately, that means if I want to get a jetpack this quota, I will have to sell a lot more. Do I just sell everything and get a jetpack? I think I do, because I kind of want to... I think this is around the time where I should be practicing. So... let's just sell everything. Because let's face it, if I get this jetpack and I'm able to actually loot at an 800 per day average pace, even if I sell everything right now, I should still be able to complete at least 6 quotas, even with this scuffed of an intro, like even with this scuffed of a beginning. I don't think I need toggle mute on, by the way. Yeah, I'm on push to talk. Now I can get rid of that little icon in the bottom. I don't have the no clock sound mod. Clocks are forbidden to come on the ship. Yeah, maybe I just don't bring them anymore, huh? I just pick them up, take them out of the facility, and then leave them behind. Unfortunately, the no clock sound mod is not allowed for high quota purposes. So that's why I don't have it on. Man, that thing loud. I love the rounding. That's the first time that it's actually like ruined one of my calculations. But I guess it didn't matter since I'm deciding to sell everything anyway. Wait, am I not gonna have enough to get this jetpack? Oh man. No, I don't think I am. Why did I do that? Wait, why did I click the bell anyway? Wait, no, I think I will. Oh wait, no, unless that was the actual total. Shit. Oh no, we're good. I apparently can't do math. And that's now 2 instances proving such. Okay, we can get a jetpack. This is the loadout that we're gonna... Oh wait, I just realized I can't even do the belt bag on the tag team 10 quota because belt bag wasn't in V50. Damn, that's a shame. But jetpack shovel I could probably manage at least. I don't see why not. I mean, I have the... I should have the funds for it. Okay. No, this is wrong. Shovel first, then jetpack. So that way when I drop the jetpack, the shovel will be in my first slot. I don't like having my scrap separated by store items. Speaking of store items, I made a Forsaken Frontiers store item guide today and uploaded it just before this. That's what I was up doing tonight. So, if you're confused about how store items and equipment work in Forsaken Frontiers or want to know how they will help you on your run, go check out my equipment guide for Forsaken Frontiers over at Chef Austin on YouTube. Although, if you're hearing this advertisement, how the hell did you even get to this part of the video without finding my YouTube channel? How do you feel about early day stream as opposed to late? I like starting my day with the stream. I prefer doing this right when I wake up, because then that leaves the rest of my day to do, like, especially with my editing style. I say editing style as if I don't just upload entire VODs to YouTube. As long as I stream for the day, I know that I'm good for YouTube, and then I can spend the rest of the day doing a bit more curated stuff. Or like, I don't have to... Or because I don't really have a backlog also, if I stream later in the day, that also means I need to edit and upload and do all the YouTube jazz later in the day or late at night. So if I stream early in the morning, it kind of just feels like I'm doing some 9 to 5 stuff. I'm used to working at these hours anyway, and I can do everything else in peace knowing that I'm good on this side. So when I get off from here, I can go work on my next Forsaken Frontiers guide knowing that I'm good for tomorrow, etc., etc. And also I have good energy in the morning too, usually. Or if I want to double down, I can. Which is probably what's going to happen if I do more of these morning streams. Just because I stream once in the day doesn't mean I'm not going to stream twice. Now, I think having a more set stream schedule might help me get to Twitch partner faster. But where I'm at right now, I think just pushing my YouTube even harder is going to do a lot more for reaching Twitch partner status than being active on Twitch. I just think that's how it's going to work. And we're going to see how that pans out over the next year or so. Because I mean, like, I didn't really try to grow my Twitch channel until maybe a couple months ago. So we're really only a couple months into this thing, and I'm pretty happy with where we're at now. It's clearly reached a point where I have to put in some extra effort to reach the next threshold. Like, I feel like I've reached the base performance of where it's gonna be. And the question is whether that extra effort goes into being here on Twitch a lot more, or trying to push like the other like social media channels to the point where Twitch will just grow along with it. And like, I really think that the strategy is still pushing YouTube even after all this. Even, you know, it is what it is. Chef for Partner 2024. When I first started streaming Lethal Company again here on Twitch, I said that my goal was to reach Twitch partner by TwitchCon of 2025. I mean, TwitchCon happens right in my backyard every year. Never gone, because Twitch was never that big of a thing in my life to the point where I'd have to go to it. So, but now that I'm doing, you know, gaming content full time, I'm out here actually being a streamer, in a way that's actually significant to some people, and also to like my own livelihood. I feel like it would be amiss for me to not try and grow to the point where I can show up to TwitchCon and have that be something a little bit more significant. Not just as someone who's going to enjoy TwitchCon, but like someone who is a content creator and Twitch streamer. I would like to show up with that partner badge over the affiliate one, because everyone has the affiliate one. Not knocking Twitch affiliates. I am one. But there's a lot less people who make it to that next level. Just like how there are not a lot of people who reach YouTube partner. Not a single person in my circle prior to doing this Lethal Company YouTube stuff has ever made it to YouTube partner. So, I don't know, I feel like I could do the same thing with Twitch. So, and because that goal is so far in the future, even though, you know, it's a 1 year thing, a 1 year time horizon actually isn't that long. I feel like when I was gaining a lot more traction in the beginning, like going from 10 viewers to 30 to 50 to like 70 or whatever, I might have like tunneled in a little bit too hard on trying to make the Twitch partner thing happen a lot sooner. But then when I reminded myself that I'm only a couple months in and that I still have like 8 or 9 months to meet my goal, I'm like, okay, chill out a little bit, take a step back, remember what the overall goal is. And then that's kind of when I started remembering, yeah, oh yeah, dude, YouTube's the one that you have to grow. Twitch will grow as a byproduct. YouTube's also the one that pays the bills. Twitch is the one that lets you buy coffee. But now it's kind of a bit of both. They're both paying the bills right now. So it is what it is. But yeah, TwitchCon 2025. I'll be there. It's part of my game plan. I'll be there. Should be fun. But for now, well, that was the autopilot ship talk. Apparently I can't avoid Eclipse Artifice. So anyone who feels cheated out by me selling and not going to Eclipse Artifice, we're gonna go anyway. This is better practice for what I need to do for tag team quota, because I will have a jetpack, I will have a shovel. This is the equipment that I will have on the 10 quota run. So let's see if this makes a difference. I am still gonna try to average 800 per day. So let's do it. I actually don't encourage anyone to buy a higher tier sub than tier 1. And honestly, the tier 1 sub is only there if you don't want to watch ads. That's like a personal thing, not something that I would ever require out of anybody. But I definitely appreciate any support that people show through subs, because it does help, especially now. Okay, what a mine shaft, huh? Just that's crazy. Apparently the indoor is eclipsed also. Who would have thought? Oh my god, wait. No, I learned from my last session with the Aleutian to not full send this. Okay, we're gonna go left. What do the other tiers do? I think I might have like 1 or 2 emotes tied to those, but it's really not worth it. And like, it's not a crazy priority for me to make it worth it to people. Is it? Do I not have an opening over here? Okay. The opening that I passed by right there was just the other entrance to the mine shaft. So it wasn't crazy priority for me to check that one. 55. Also, I just realized that I got a mine shaft and I won't be getting a mine shaft in V50, so this actually isn't the craziest best practice for the run that I'm about to do. I mean, it's mineshaft. People like watching mineshaft, right? I think. As far as I can tell. They also like giving me two-handed items on an eclipse. They is a lot of people. You know, it's funny, like the Forsaken Frontiers video that I uploaded yesterday, I titled it, they said solo Forsaken Frontiers is impossible, so I'm here to prove them wrong. And in school, you know, so many teachers tell you, do not start like sentences or paragraph with they. Like, make sure you identify who the hell you're talking about before you start using, like, before you start referring to people as they in like your work or whatever. But the thing is, you know, languages evolve for different purposes. They works just fine in a YouTube title context. There's a butler somewhere. Oh shit. Well, I just lost my jetpack. Is that what I get for using they? Did the English teachers send the coilhead after me? Alright then. Note to self. If you're going to use they in writing, make sure you know who you're referring to first, or else the coilhead will clap you. I used the wrong coilhead pronouns apparently. Like, dang, what the hell was that? Now that is scary. Definitely unexpected. Definitely unexpected, that's for sure. And because I was underwater, I kind of lost where the coilhead was and didn't make contact, or, you know, wasn't looking at him apparently. Oh well. See, coilhead is a rare specimen. I wish it was a little bit more rare. I'm talking like SCP levels type of rare. You know, the SCP that only shows up like, okay, laser pointer. That only shows up in like 1 out of every 1,000 Lethal Company runs in modded, and didn't have a, what the? Okay. Lethal Company giveth and Lethal Company taketh away. Actually, Lethal Company taketh away and then Lethal Company giveth. It is the way it is. Also very fun title when solo was being done by a few people already in the Discord. You know. Yeah. That's true. It's true. But I would still say that it's pretty common at least among the people who do it, perspective that solo is pretty difficult. I don't think anyone has actually said that it's impossible, and I guess that's where the clickbait is. I'm just taking a page out of InSim's book, man. I don't think anything's impossible unless it can be proven, like in physics or whatever. Just like how I don't think it's impossible to get 33 item spawns on experimentation without getting a hoarding bug infestation. For anyone wondering, 33 scrap items is the absolute max I can get on experimentation normally. The way you get that is you get the mine shaft You start off with Mineshaft, which increases the number of scrap items to 17. You get 6 beehives, which is the max amount of beehives you can get on one seed. And then you get 10 nutcrackers. And you just kill every single nutcracker, so that way you can get all 10 of them to spawn in. And that adds up to 33. So obviously there's a lot that has to go right for that to happen. But it is not impossible. It is just astronomically improbable. Why I know that? Well, I actually did that. I actually figured that out recently when I was watching June's stream, July by Day. If anyone isn't following her yet, go follow her. Very awesome streamer. She was asking questions about how the hoarding bug infestation works. And we were talking about experimentation, and yeah, I went and figured that out. So yeah, 33 max experimentation. So if anyone's trying to like get the single day clear world record on experimentation and you're down for that madness of a reroll, go do it. I think the sad part would be is if you actually get that dream seed and then you throw somehow. But imagine that though, imagine. The record scrap day, I can feel it. We're getting record scrap on foot. Record scrap on foot. We're out here. How much is this, by the way? I mean, I guess it's enough to complete quota 2, right? And then I'll go through main at some point. I just kind of want to make sure that I secure all of these first. I also don't know how the flood works on Artifice. I don't know how high it goes up. I'm a little worried. Yeah, this is probably like one of the best items I could... I mean, any like 0 pound item on a single item day seed is fantastic, right? But this is a cool one too because I get a built-in flashlight. Probability does become impossibility. You gotta... It's the shinies of the shinies. Oh, and then I guess if you really wanted to max out, you would also get max rolls on all 33 of those items. That's a number that I would want to know. Like, what is the absolute highest like loot value possible on vanilla experimentation? That would be interesting. How does single item glitch work? It's not a glitch. It's a random event that you can get in Lethal Company as of version 60, I think. There's like a 8% or something chance for every scrap item to just be one type of item. I don't remember the exact percentages, but that's what it is. And it also sets the loot value to a minimum of 50. So that way, if you get an item that's usually worth or not worth a lot, it doesn't like screw your run over. So like you could get, if you walk in and the first thing you see is a tattered metal sheet worth 50 scrap, then you know that you have a single item day for sure. Oh, well, did it a little too early. Please get over here, because I don't want to deal with you in the... Come on, man. I don't want to deal with that in the flood. Dude, why is there always a worm in that building? What's up with that? That's like the 3rd or 4th worm that I've gotten in that building. Also, good morning, Nico. We're out here doing Artifice only. Funny mod that lets you use laser pointers to control turrets and blow up landmines. I think I've seen that actually. They're a giant now. Hopefully it's inside that building. We're gonna take the... Oh wait. We knew this. We knew it was a facility interior. Why am I tripping? I was ready to go down an elevator just now. Dare I stare this enemy in the face? No, I think I have to... Okay. Snare flea, maybe? I don't know. I'm closing doors, dude. I feel like I should go back. Ah, no. I'm so scared. Is that in the most friggin' monotone voice ever? I've already lost everything once. You can't make... There's not a lot that can hurt me. Okay, that can hurt me probably. Come on then. Okay. How about we settle with that, huh? Uh-oh. I don't know why the butler decided to cooperate with me today, but we're gonna get away with it, it seems. The greedy guts? I mean, I'm not just gonna wait in the ship until midnight. That kind of defeats the spirit of the midnight only challenge. I feel, anyway. I am slightly concerned about this part, though. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Oh, God. I can't even jump. I can't even jump. Okay, you have to shoot me. You have to shoot me, I think. I don't know if I make it otherwise. I make it here. Please do not shoot me in here. Jesus Christ. Knife guy was a modded guy? No, he's been around for a little bit. Yeah, I'd say that was definitely more clutch. As soon as I figured out how to get back to the ship and flooded, I think we were fine. How am I so calm? If you panic, you die. That's just how games work. Let that old bird on a 5. I was a little worried because he just wasn't grabbing me. Or like going for the grab animation. Oh. We figured it out. I have a jetpack on the file. Word. So far, the one day I had a jetpack on this run, I died. You about to watch me do this on foot? Only spawns on paid map. Butler can spawn on adamants also. I've seen butlers spawn on adamants. Okay. 917. They spawn on assurance? Is that true? I've like never seen a butler on assurance. Alright. I feel like I've done enough assurance only. Like the man-eater for sure spawns on assurance, and that bothers me. I don't think he spawns on assurance. Mostly play on experimentation. Just like me for real. I should play more experimentation only runs. My experimentation only runs tend to perform really well on YouTube. For some reason. Alright, peace out, my coof. Yeah, I think if they spawned on assurance, I probably would have down patched on assurance a lot sooner. Or I'd be a lot better at fighting butlers. Actually, if a butler spawned on assurance, it wouldn't be as bad as, you know, finding them on a paid moon. I'd actually be more inclined to learn how to play against them, I guess. Speaking of turrets, I was like, it's rare to get in my head, I was like, why did I just get a turret on Rend? I'm not even on Rend, dude. You haven't been on Rend for the entire run, so what the hell are you even talking about? Oh boy. Maybe I just put this, well, part of me wants to just put the midnight run on hold now while I'm still on the hot seat for Artifice. Because if that's where my brain is going right now, and that's the brain I have going into the tag team 10 quota, then I might be cooking my odds by not leaving sooner. Feel like I ran on the wrong side of the turret. Did I ever run March or Adamants only? I have ran Adamants only, but not like to any degree of success. That was more like back when Adamants was first becoming was first added to the game, but I haven't really revisited it since. I've kind of been saving the single moon runs for when Nico is available so we can duo. But since Nico might not be available to do those as much, I'm gonna have to think about something else. And I have. I just won't entirely leak it here, I guess, yet. Because those are conversations that I gotta bring to DMs first. And as to not pressure people to join me on some certain runs. But I will be continuing the single moon runs. But let's just say that I am looking at offense and Titan because I have good reason to practice those two moons in particular. That's as much as I'm willing to leak. Who is the tag team 10 quota with? I was kind of looking at the Discord to see who was on this specific run. And honestly, I was like so fried that I couldn't tell you who the first 9 were. All I know is that SQ was before me. I think Casey Page was part of it. I think Short Sheriff might have started this one. I think Tomato Bird was in there. But there's like 23 runners that are taking a part of this. I'm just gonna name off some off rip. Like Tipper Cod, Call Me Bread, Tomato Bird, Casey Page, Mango Schmooze, Bully, Big Weave, myself, SQ Dread is the one running the whole thing. Adam Elf was in here also. I'm just not sure who was responsible for this run yet. And I was gonna figure it out if I ended up completing all 10. If I don't end up completing, or if I don't end up completing the 10th quota, I don't think it matters as much because we're just gonna have to reset. Speaking of reset, I'm gonna set some baboon hawks on top of the ship, hopefully. Definitely too early to leave. There you go. Ocals, Tipper Cod, Choco, Sheriff, Casey, Adam Elf, Mango, Tomato, and SQ are in this run specifically. Perfect. The guy in question is here. As far as March only goes, the soonest I'll do that one is probably duo with Nico. Currently, the duo High Quota with Nico is on Val. Like, Val is our next one to do. And, yeah. But just like me, like, Nico is very focused on doing Forsaken Frontiers content right now. Like, he hasn't... And just to kind of, like, show how dedicated Forsaken Frontiers he is, he's kind of been on, like, a content... Like a YouTube hiatus for a while. I can't say content hiatus because he has been regularly streaming on Twitch here. Nico Flipflo Live, by the way, if anyone's not following him. But in the past few days or so, he has uploaded a handful of Forsaken Frontiers videos, like on a daily basis, which is fantastic to see. Yeah, see, I got him stuck there. But yeah, those people that SQ listed off, those are just the ones in this run. But there's a total of 22 or 23 people that are participating in 4 runs simultaneously. I can't believe I didn't name off Doyle. Doyle was like literally the first speedrunner, Lethal Company speedrunner that I started watching ever. Doyle's in there. Doyle's in the mix. Doyle's also one of the most underrated Lethal Company YouTubers out there, in my opinion. That guy's like actually funny. There's people who try to be funny for content. Doyle's a natural. Also, I mean, comedy is definitely subjective. But his kind of humor, I like it. He's also the guy that did the Lethal Company GeoGuessr video that I was also a part of. But yeah. Oh, he's hitting the baboon hawks on top of the ship, isn't he? Alright, well, I gotta go back in. I never actually checked the main, so... Uh-oh. I was spotted. No, he flew. No, I was spotted. That's worse. Oh. Can you go up here? Oh, the baboon hawk killed him. Serves you right. No way that baboon hawk 1v1 that giant. That's crazy. And people wonder why I die to baboon hawks all the time and I'm so worried about them. That literally just 1v1 that giant. You're gonna tell me that baboon hawks aren't a problem? Yeah, baboon hawks can kill giants, yes. Normally it takes more than one of them though, so that's kind of crazy. They are not in the same faction, they just spawn on the same map. It is what it is. When did they add that? In the same patch that giants became killable. It's always been a thing, it's just not very common. Right, it's not like, I mean, especially for people who've been playing Lethal Company for so long, like, giants having any type of mortality just isn't something that you think about. And the fact that they die to baboon hawks, which is something that really doesn't kill people all that often, is shocking. Especially since before giants were killable, they were mobs that just kind of ruined your day on the same maps. Because, you know, every map that a baboon hawk can spawn on, a giant can also spawn on. They just kind of went hand in hand, so you'd think that they would be, like, on the same team. But you know what? I'm glad that they're not, because imagine if they were. Also, it's a lot funnier that they're not, and that giants don't kill baboon hawks. You got, like, rock, paper, scissors going on. Baboons kill giants, dogs kill baboon hawks, giants kill you. I think all's fair in the world. Haven't seen that many baboon hawks. Yeah, one of the best parts about Titan, no baboon hawks. One of the worst parts about Titan, mimics. I'm actually going to up. So I get asked all the time, like what my least favorite enemy in Lethal Company is, and it's the Mimic. I think I have my answer now. The Mimic is my least favorite indoor and outdoor enemy. I just do not like seeing them or interacting with them at all. I think they're absolutely brilliant as a concept. I do not like seeing them on my runs ever. Ladder Mimics are my favorite variant. When you're climbing up a ladder on Titan and then, you know, you just get got by a Mimic for some reason. Only started Lethal Company with Lucian's Titan Suffering. What a great way to get started with the game, actually. Probably one of the better ones. What about the one who shall not... Okay. When you bring the Kidnapper Fox back into the equation, I'm naming him. I'm calling him out. Kidnapper Fox, least favorite enemy of all time. Mimic is after that, though. When you walk into main and immediately get grabbed, for real. It happens. It happens. It's part of the RNG. But damn, I do not like it still. I'm ready to scrap, by the way, if one decides to pull up on me right now. I somehow have not gotten a Mimic all run. I say all run as if I'm not just about to complete second quota. Mimics are the only mob in LC that feel afraid to see, just so unnerving. That's what I'm saying. I think it's because I was there when they added Mimics too. Because when Mimics got added to the game, it was still a very casual atmosphere around playing Lethal Company. And at that time, especially before people started staying super late on moons or even landing on eclipsed moons in general, like the outside was kind of your safe haven from danger. Until it was nighttime, in which case you were expecting it to be dangerous already. But Mimics were the first enemy, well, other than the Ghost Girl, Mimics were the first enemy that could consistently come outside and mess up your runs. And when that started happening, I was like, oh dude, this is not cool. I just do not feel good anywhere now. Which is why I thought it was brilliant. I don't think anyone should feel safe playing Lethal Company. You just really shouldn't. I can't stand giants. As someone who has learned to navigate them on Vow a lot and doesn't feel cheated by them on Artifice, I don't like giants haven't been too much of an issue for me. And while I probably die a lot to giants on adamants, I wouldn't put that entirely on the giants. I'm gonna put that also on the fact that I don't have a lot of good adamants experience. Because there are people that are like putting up crazy numbers on adamants that I'm not putting up. Like there are people who are going for a solo world record for High Quota and they're playing their quotas on adamants. So there's something to it that I'm just not understanding. Also, I'm gonna get another jetpack, by the way. I'm gonna sell everything that's not a laser pointer first. Ghost Girl is content. It's content because if you die to it, it's funny. And if you outplay it, it's sick. I often just opt to not try to outplay the Ghost Girl. Because the risk reward isn't crazy. Or crazy good enough. But I also haven't been on a run where I've had to outplay the Ghost Girl in order to proceed. At least not in a long while. But it's because, you know, a lot of my runs happen on the earlier moons. Like Experimentation, Assurance, Offense. And while like Ghost Girls can spawn there, it's just not often enough. I mean, I'm out here on Artifice though. Ghost Girl, fair game. Least favorite is coil heads. Footsteps always freak me out. Yeah, coil. I really like the design of the coil heads. I think they're super cool. I don't like seeing them on my runs either, but I'm a bit more used to them. And I'd rather see them. Well, I don't know if I'd rather see them, but they don't unnerve me as much as Mimics. Mimics unnerve me a lot, and the only reason I fear for my run is because of my specific, like, my specific success rate against them. Coil heads, I get jump scared real quick, and then it goes directly into gamer mode. It's like, all right, I got a Mimic on the map. What do I got to do now? 779. Oh, I don't need to sell as much as I thought. Okay, because I only need 900 for the jetpack. I have a knife, so I'm not gonna buy a shovel. I don't think. I need to sell like 121 for a jetpack. 121. 121. 78 and 50. That's close enough. I quit Lethal Company because of the Fox. I don't blame you. I do not blame you. But there's a reason why it was taken out of the game and will most likely not be added back in ever again. Which is kind of unfortunate, honestly, because I feel like the Kidnapper Fox is one of the coolest designed enemies ever. It's just that in practice it wasn't very fun to play against. And it was just kind of like the unfortunate reality of things. And like I'm not going to speak for Zeekers, but I feel like a lot of love went into making the Kidnapper Fox a thing. So it kind of sucks when it sucks when you put like so much effort into a creative endeavor or just in a project in general and people like just shit on it. And with how big Lethal Company is, so a lot of people shat on the Kidnapper Fox, myself included. I didn't shit on it at first. I really tried to give it a go and tried to enjoy it, but I definitely got a little bit tilted with how many of my solo runs were ending to the Kidnapper Fox. And which is funny because as soon as he took it out of the game, my content brain is like, okay, well, Kidnapper Fox is not in the game anymore. Let's add it back in. Because that was like probably the best content angle you could do with Kidnapper Fox at the time. He's like, why would this psychopath just put that thing back into the game? Why would he do that willingly? But yeah. Least favorite enemy is a turret. That's super valid and true. I agree. Okay. Knives and shovels have different kill break points, or do they act the same? I think the shovel does more damage per hit than the knife, but it attacks slower and has a longer range. Kitchen, you can kind of spam. Kitchen knife, you can spam a bit more. They fixed it so that you can only hit every few intervals. I don't know the exact math behind it, but the knife can also insta-kill butlers too, which is especially valuable in multiplayer, because I think in multiplayer it takes like 7 or 8 hits to kill a butler normally with a shovel, or I guess 2 shots with a shotgun. But with a knife you can just one-pop them, which is nice. But I'm not too experienced with the knife because I don't play against butlers too often. I don't put myself in that situation all that much. But that's what I know as of right now. Kidnapper Fox was unique when it gets reworked. Wish it gets reworked and made real, right? Like, it has potential to be real cool. And I liked some of the suggestions for it. I didn't like the current implementation, so I agree with it getting taken out. I feel like Zeekers will say no more lethal updates for a while, and then release updates a week later. Like he did with the birthday update. He did say that he wanted to take a break from lethal. Totally understandable. I've taken breaks from the game. People have taken breaks from the game. And as a person who has to actually make the game, it makes even more sense that you'd want to work on something else. Maybe he'll come back to it, especially after the dark, like he does more work on the Dark Place. I hope everyone shows support for the Dark Place as much as they've shown support for Lethal Company. So I've heard through the grapevine that there are people who just do not want him to make the new game, and they just want him to work on Lethal Company, which is kind of a shame. And that's exactly how you get him to not work on Lethal Company. Like, why would he serve these people who don't want to support everything else he does? Seeker seemed really bummed about the negative feedback toward the Fox. Well, yeah. I think if anyone who's creative or does like some sort of project and puts it out in the world and it gets overwhelmingly negative feedback, will feel some type of way about it. The Forsaken Frontiers team had to deal with that, or is currently kind of dealing with that a little bit as well. Because they put a lot of love into that, and then it's kind of just, people are like saying, oh, just lethal knockoff clone. Someone recently said that this feels like an asset flip when every single element in the game was handcrafted by the artist themselves. Too expensive when you put in like 4,000 plus hours of work as an individual. I picked that number out from Maylene's playtime in Forsaken Frontiers, which is 4,000 hours, but that's just the playtime. That's not including everything else. I felt the same way when I would do food events and like on like the corporate level, or go like do festivals or whatever. I'd feel the same way when I get negative feedback about the anime events I used to throw. But it's just part of that's why it's so important that when you do something at that scale, that it's something that you just absolutely love and are passionate about, because you got to be able to take the punches that people throw at you. Like that, it's just part of the gig, unfortunately. It also means that there's a lot of eyes on what you're doing, because if there's that many people hating on what you're doing, that means there are a lot of eyes on you. And most of the time when people are being negative, they're the vocal minority. So the fact that the vocal minority is that loud and that present means that there is probably like a neutral or positive majority that is just kind of enjoying what you do. I don't think everyone hated the Kidnapper Fox. And some of the people who like the Kidnapper Fox are showing up here today. Best enemy design for sure, just really unbalanced. Exactly. Cool enemy implemented poorly. Only have 2 long-ranged monsters, right? For Lethal Company? Expressed frustration in the Patreon chat. Think he just didn't understand that his player base wasn't the early player base. Stuck together, scared of everything, which is what the Fox is designed to work with. The early players scared. Yeah, well nowadays people are a bit more confident. I can't really speak for how many people are still playing. I mean, there's a lot of people actually still playing casually. I still think like the challenge runners and speed runners are in the minority of Lethal Company players. And here's why. Let's say, like, if you look at the amount of people that are on the Lethal Company speedrunning board and add that to the amount of people that are on the Lethal Company High Quota board, and add that to the number of Lethal Company Twitch streamers that are regularly doing challenge runs, and add that to the people who are doing Lethal Company content on YouTube, that probably, rounding up, maybe adds up to around 200 people. I think that's being extremely generous. But when you look at Lethal Company's daily player base, there's like 14,000 people plus playing on a daily basis. I don't remember the exact number off my head, but it is significantly more than that, which means like those 200 people are in like the less than 1% of high performing people in Lethal Company, and most people still kind of just play very casually and modded and not very high performing. So I think it's still good that he's catering to the casual player base. Kidnapper Fox just destroyed the casual player base is all. I don't know if that's what you were getting at, but it kind of gave me an opportunity to talk about that at least. Love knives, they silly. Stabbing the giant is fun. You're not gonna catch me stabbing the giant on solo play. It's just not gonna be a thing. Halloween update. Is it I think it was more just a birthday update, although it looks like it's not in here anymore. I probably don't have the party hat. Is infestation not a thing anymore? Was it already taken out? I don't know. These people are the reason devs and other artists get burnt out. Definitely doesn't help. Definitely does not help. It's also part of the reason why I stopped reading YouTube comments, because I started getting a lot of that. It's actually one of the reasons why I was grateful that my viewership went down a little bit, because there were almost no comments on all my videos. As a YouTuber's perspective, that's awful. That sucks. As a person, it's kind of nice to not get that much negativity going my way, which is why I'm very thankful for the people who show up on Twitch. You guys are super positive, keep it a fun experience, and kind of offset that. So that's why I go live. So if I didn't like doing this, I wouldn't go live. Speaking of FF, they dropped a roadmap for updates and stuff. Oh, really? Officially? Ooh, they did. Okay, am I doing a disservice by not flashing this real quick in the middle of my Lethal Company recording? Okay, well, you guys could barely see it, but we got a roadmap, immediate roadmap for October of 2024, the rest of quarter 4, and then it looks like they have a roadmap set for quarter 1 of 2025 and 2025 that they're hiding for now. But we can see that a new game mode will be coming this month, which is literally within the next 6 days. Balancing changes, so for people who are worried that Forsaken Frontiers is too difficult as it is right now, they are adjusting that. They are adjusting enemy spawns, they are adjusting equipment price, and they are also adjusting the metro and hotel pitfalls that people have been struggling with. So yeah, and also a bunch of bug fixes. People have been pretty active about sharing the bugs they've been experiencing. And I've said from the start that one of the pluses about supporting this game is that the devs are very responsive to what the community's wants and needs and requests. And if this isn't like proof of that, then I don't know what to tell you. It's a team of 3 people, literally 1 dev and 2 artists. So a lot of this is going to be put on the 1 dev that has to code everything. And they've just been like pumping out changes every day since release. And that was the same pace that they put out changes during the playtest also. So when a team like this is working so hard to make the thing that I'm supporting like work for them, it reminds me that I have a lot of work to do on my end, and that I actually have the easy side of things. I would probably crumble super hard if I was on the dev side of things, but I get the easy just play the game and make videos part. So I have no complaints about my role. Quarter 4, it looks like they're adding new equipment, new environment enemy, and new environment hazard. So there's going to be some shakeup to the core gameplay as well before the end of the year. And yeah, unfortunately, there's going to be people who don't pick up this game because it didn't catch their eye on release. Totally understandable. No one's obligated to keep up with the changes made to a game that they decided that they weren't going to keep up with based on their first impression. It is what it is. But I will be keeping up with it. I will be playing it. I will be pushing it. And hopefully, as a result of me pushing the game, there'll be interest for this game. Because it legitimately is like the first game in this genre that I felt like could really stand on its own aside from Lethal Company. I do still need to try Subterranauts. That game also dropped on the same day, and Crew Inc. is absolutely loving that game. And I love Crew Inc., so I got to go see what they're going on about. But they also love Forsaken Frontiers, so it is what it is. And if I could have 3 games in this genre that I'm pushing and all equally performing well, that's like the best I could ask for. Because I've said it many times that when Lethal Company first dropped, I was looking forward to playing a lot of Lethal Company, and I was looking forward to what the next development in the genre would be. And Forsaken Frontiers was the first one that really excited me. Actually, no, I was excited when Sketchy's contract dropped because it meant that the vision was starting to like come into fruition, and people are starting to try to make games in that Lethal Company genre of games. And then I got excited about Forsaken Frontiers because I felt like it was an angle that can work. And now I can look forward to Subterranauts since Crew Inc. loves that game too. But yeah. We are on a yap session. We are on a yap session this morning. Anything I can do to postpone this Tag Team 10 quota, right? Infestation is 3% now. I'm about to make it 100% for my next content angle. That's what I was mentally preparing for, actually, for my next Lethal Company thing. I want to see how well I can perform if everything is infested. As a solo, I don't think I'll do all that well. If I get a +1, probably do something with that. Nutcracker can spawn on the map. Infestation, 25% chance that it'll be a Nutcracker. There's a Nutcracker infestation? I thought it was just Hoarding Bug. Can it be any enemy infestation? When devs have a roadmap plan. I'm sure most devs do have a roadmap. It's just whether or not they choose to disclose it. Because I feel like it's kind of crazy to not operate, or I think it's kind of crazy to operate without one. That just kind of shows that you aren't really calculated in what you're trying to do. And I think that's one of the upsides to sharing your roadmap. Because then it shows that you have like long-term vision for your project. That it also shows that you're transparent about where you're taking the game as well. And it also keeps you accountable, because if you're going to announce that these things are going to be ready by this time, then that's how you can build some accountability and credibility among your community. So I think this is a really good step, and I'm looking forward to how they handle it. But so far, I think that they'll be able to keep up, and I'm really looking forward to that. Open in browser to make it bigger. I'm already kind of past the point now, unfortunately. But if you want to go check it out, I'll actually just drop a link to the Made in Fairyland Discord. I think that's going to be a bit more of a productive way to handle this. But yeah, be interesting if they add a difficulty setting. That was something that came up, like almost like a custom mode, like how Phasmophobia did it. I think that would be pretty interesting. And it was part of the talk about difficulty and whatever, but I think they're focusing more on making the game more accessible as is for now, and then we'll be And then I think the difficulty thing, or the custom difficulty, will be considered later, especially since they're not entirely pushing for modding. Modding for the game is going to be a little bit difficult, since Forsaken Frontiers was built on a custom engine that the lead dev built herself. And let me say that again. Forsaken Frontiers is built on an engine that the lead and solo dev built herself. And that's part of the reason why modding is going to be difficult, because it wasn't part of the original vision. But it's not something that is completely off the table. It's something they're considering based on the requests for modding. It's just not priority. Priority is obviously getting the base game fully tuned and bugs completely out. Maylene to go, I'm saying. Message annihilated by Nightbot. I'm unsure what you said, Dark Mons. Devs are making an in-game timer for the very small speedrunning community. They are goated. Yes, and well, I'm gonna say it. The new game mode, if it's the game mode that I'm thinking of, because there was another one in the playtest, that one will also be catering to the speedrunning community as well. So they're catering to both the competitive challenge community that is asking for all of these things to help make the transition into challenges a bit easier, and they're also catering to the casual community who thinks that the game is a little bit too difficult for people to get into. I'm actually in the camp of the game is a bit too difficult for people to get into, and I like some of the proposed changes that they're offering to kind of balance it a bit better. It'll also add a little bit of variety to the maps as well, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna say it also. I'm supposed to be testing a beta for the game today with those new changes, so those balancing changes are gonna right around the corner, which is why I want to do my solo runs today, because I want to do my solo runs in the most difficult version of the game, and the most difficult version of the game is the version that you're gonna get today right now. Nice watching, Chef. Have a good stream and good luck with the tag team. Peace out, KC. Thanks again for the follow. Hope you have a good day as well. Doing so good in such little time. I'm saying I can't even work that fast putting out videos. They're putting out patches and changes faster than I'm up putting out videos. I think that's insane. And it's a 1v1, me versus Maylene. Who's gonna put in more work? Who's gonna put in more work? Basically the advertisement. Yeah, you know, like one of the best ways to advertise a game is through content creators nowadays. I can't say that I would have the greatest impact as a content creator. I think if a big content creator like InSim or like Offline TV, if they just somehow picked up Forsaken Frontiers and played it once, that would probably be a way better advertisement than what I could possibly do at my current scale. Because that would just push sales like crazy. Or if Smitty played it, any of those people, like Forsaken Frontiers could be in a crazy place. And I would be in a crazy place as a result, because all the people that are playing Forsaken Frontiers after watching those big guys play it will be looking for guides, and I got guides on deck. I got like 4 guides out already. I got a few more to make. I'm trying to put them out daily. If I could put out more than one a day, I would. Guides don't make me a lot of money immediately. Long form gameplay makes me a lot of money immediately, so I got to make sure that I'm keeping up on all fronts. Just hoarding bug and nutcracker infestation. Word. I'm looking for the nutcracker ones then. Might be available at your regular stream time for sure. Definitely hit you up. Hop on lunch, lady. Hello, table destroyer. I'm considering it. So when I was editing my equipment guide for Forsaken Frontiers today, I was watching Berkeley Mail play Lunch Lady. And I considered picking up Lunch Lady as a result. Just to be part of the culture. The Lunch Lady speedrunning culture is so cool. There's not a single person who runs Lunch Lady that I don't fuck with. So why not try out this thing that they like? I think it's important to have a semi-public roadmap so people aren't surprised by big changes and they have time to wrap their head around something changing. Exactly. And this is as semi-public as it gets, because they show that they have plans for 2025, but they're not revealing it yet. I know there's a lot of games out there on Steam that go into early access and then get dropped. This is not one of those games. They are using early access for what it is supposed to be for. They are releasing it early in a state where they believe it's ready to at least go out and be played. And throughout the entirety of early access, they will be adding things. And Everything is supposed to be added in by the end of 2025, by the end of next year, and I think that is a fair timeline to be in early access. And if they get everything in by the end of that, I think it is going to be awesome. I already think it's awesome as is. And because I like the game at such a bare bones state, I can't wait to see what they add. Especially since they're going to get a little bit more unorthodox with what they add after this. I saw Lucian talk about Subterranauts. If you look, Subterranauts came out, is also a Lethal inspired game. It's and that's about all I got about it. Crew Inc. put out some guides too, showing out how it goes. But yeah, similar gameplay loop to Lethal Company. Go in, get scrap. You have 4 inventory slots. That's as far as I know about it so far. And I'm trying to go in a little bit blind into it. Can't believe she built an engine by herself. I'm saying. I'm saying. Like, when I said 100% custom assets, I meant it. Have escape categories set up, just gotta unhide them. Word. SQ on top of the speedrunning game for Forsaken Frontiers. Sure, Astral Spiff will pick it up someday. Hoping so. Especially, you know, multiplayer co-op horror games are a very good niche for solo challenge runners. Because whenever you see a multiplayer game, it is the uncommon, or playing it solo is the uncommon way, and often deemed to be too difficult to do. And Astral Spiff seems to be in that genre of gamer. Especially, you know, when Lethal Company came out, he was one of the people first pushing for 10 quota as a solo. And then also Content Warning, he played that game solo. Who plays Content Warning solo? Astral Spiff. What I'm saying. Speaking of Crew Inc., thanks for the raid, Crew Inc. I was just talking about how you guys love Subterranauts, and I'm interested, and I was saying how I'm also interested in giving that one a shot. So he's seen Thwale playing it. That just shows how legendary Thwale is as a person. He has Astral Spiff as a viewer. What a guy. I don't fuck with Berksley. Why is he like outpacing you in Poke MMO or something? I play FF today with someone, so I have to stay awake. Nico will come back only like 4 hours. If you'd like to, I'm down to join. I want to at least do a solo Nightmare run first, because that's kind of like my follow-up to my solo Endless video, and I wanted to solo Nightmare before the balancing changes go live, or at least before I play the beta. But after that, I'm down. Yeah, and yeah, the director voice line changes are in there. They are listening very heavily to all the changes requested and suggested by the community. I'm actually in there, like, helping them filter through them as well. So yeah. I'm remembering a YouTube comment saying like, dude, Austin just keeps promoting his own game. I'm like, I'm not the one making the game, I'm just the one playing it. But now that I'm like actively suggesting things and I'm helping to moderate in the channel, it's harder to beat those allegations, but it is what it is. He's just trying to take my DC Dead Cycle 1 Penta world record. It's got, he did, yeah, he was talking about that this morning. We were talking about the speedrunning Forsaken Frontiers during his Lunch Lady stream. That's why I tried switching it over back to Lunch Lady, because I don't, like, personally, when I'm playing one game, I'd like conversations to stay on that game, so I tried switching it back to Lunch Lady, out of respect for him. But then Forsaken Frontiers kept coming up, so I just kept bringing it back up. That said, if anyone ever wants to disrupt my Lethal Company runs to talk about Forsaken Frontiers, absolutely go for it. Lethal Company doesn't need my help. Lethal Company does not need my help. Forsaken Frontiers, I will be putting as much support as I can. I've said it before that Lethal Company is my billboard for Forsaken Frontiers. That's just kind of how my platform works now. But to show you guys that I am still taking Lethal Company seriously, we're going to continue on with this after, you know, a 30-minute rant on the autopilot ship mid-run. I said this during my experimentation run, but I hope that I go the distance in this run, because if I do, it's gonna mean that whoever verifies my run is gonna have to sit through a 30-minute convo about Forsaken Frontiers. Cause I can't cut parts out. I can't cut parts out. That has to stay in. And I think it would be really funny. I'm adding like you know, rants, like mid-run rants to the occurrences in my high quota runs. That would be really funny to have in if I end up going the distance. Like, for example, when I was doing the experimentation only... Why did I unlock that? That wasn't good. When I was doing experimentation only the other day, my first day started with a Thumper and a Ghost Girl, which apparently means that I was on an infestation. Literally day 1. Ghost Girl and Thumper on experimentation. Go figure. I unfortunately didn't make the distance for reasons that were unrelated to version 65 and the infestation. And I'm not going to talk about it. If you want to go see what happened, just go skip to the end of my V65 video and roast me later. Feels good to suggest changes for the game. Right, and to actually see them put in too. Like a lot of times when you suggest like changes for a game, it kind of just hits a wall. Or like, you know, a suggestion channel will be there just so people can like vent their frustrations. But they are actually implementing suggestions and considering them very seriously. And honestly, the one thing that I thought they wouldn't budge on, they actually budged on. And that's the price. Because, you know, originally Forsaken Frontiers was priced at $19.99. And in my head, I'm like, you gotta charge what you believe you're worth, and you will find, and the people who appreciate what you're doing will pay for it. That's like a lesson that I've had to learn in food. It's part of the reason why I'm not in food anymore, because I had a really hard time like charging people for stuff. And it's why I like the YouTube model so much, because I have no problem taking like Google's money from ad revenue. Obviously, I'll make more money if I just like do direct sponsorships or whatever, but there's no pressure on me to go like rounding people up for money or charging them directly. And I like that model. And it's also why I'm not like forcing people or like actively encouraging people to subscribe to me on Twitch. Like, I genuinely don't think it's a requirement, you know. And I can't really be that that guy who's actively pushing for subs. It just isn't a thing. But if that's how you like supporting me too, like, I'm not gonna stop you, but it's not gonna be something that I'll be like, please sub to me. Unless it's like ironically. I'll do it ironically. I think it's really funny. but I'm never serious when I do that stuff. But back to the original point. People, like, community, it was a resounding thing or opinion that Forsaken Frontiers was too expensive, and they lowered their price literally the second day. And when I woke up and saw that, I was actually just flabbergasted. But I mean, the important thing to them is that people actually play their game, and if lowering the price is what does it, then so be it. And now people are saying the game is too hard. They're rebalancing the game so it's not so difficult or to get into. And even though their original vision was for the game to be like difficult, I guess, they listen, and I think that's real cool. Now, I don't think that's the reason why people should buy Forsaken Frontiers. I think people should still support Forsaken Frontiers if they believe, like, you know, it's good enough to add to their arsenal, and that's precisely why they're working so hard to implement the changes. But I think like the changes that they're doing at the very least is a good show of their character, and I think that's super important. And like for people who are on the fence about it, it's also just a good way to support people who actually, like, you know, give a shit about what they're doing. And there's not too many people who actually give a shit about what they're doing. So when you find people who do, it's kind of nice to, like, at least for me, it's kind of nice to show support when you can. When I can, anyway. Never a requirement, but it's like, it's a cool thing to do. You fiend for FF. Most people who touch it and are like challenge-oriented gamers will love FF when they touch it. That's just how it works. Even before I befriended the devs, immediately from day one of the playtest, I was in it. I was down. Was I influenced for trying to look for any alternative for Lethal Company that could potentially work on its own? Absolutely. But was I going to just give Forsaken Frontiers a pass because I was invited to a playtest? Absolutely not. If I didn't think Forsaken Frontiers was fun, my relationship with that game would have ended with the playtest. I probably would have played on release, just out of respect for the invite, but it would not. I would probably just be full sending Lethal Company still. Dang, Artifice so much less stressful when you have a jetpack, by the way. Also, thanks for the follow, Mariah. Didn't want to make you feel ignored or anything about that. I just had to make sure I finished my rant before anything else, or else I definitely would have lost it. I kind of completely forgot I was doing a midnight only Artifice run mid-rant earlier too, so yeah, thanks for the follow. Brainwash the LC speedrun mods. They're in chat right now, so if you wanna brainwash them, they're here. The VOD gonna go crazy? Right. Keep it a stack, they watch the runs on like 5 times speed. Word. That's probably like the only realistic way to do it, too. I mean, my runs are like 6 hours long, but I feel like that's on the shorter end since, you know, Nico and I don't really make it too far. Actually, we did 10 quotas as a duo. I think 10 quotas as a duo is pretty respectable. But yeah, that's a lot of runs to verify. That, like, I don't, if you watched it at regular speed, you probably wouldn't be able to watch all of them ever. Like, not physically possible. Okay, eventually, why do I have the jetpack in the 3rd slot, by the way? I couldn't tell you. I'm also gonna grab that beehive at some point. Probably do it sooner rather than later, actually. Okay, let's fix this. How much are you even worth? 58? Never mind. Nope, I'm good. I'll run it for more, though. Are you kidding me? I do not need a lot of money for 6 quotas. Alternate example is Pilgrim. You are not keen on pushing that for long. Yeah. Pilgrim... Here's the thing. Pilgrim, I felt like was super fun, but the fact that I was dead for so long kind of killed it for me. And not gonna lie, that's still an issue with Forsaken Frontiers. Like, if you die, you might be dead for a long while. And I've expressed that many times, but they're also working on things for people to do when they're dead as well. So, you know, it's not something that has escaped the scope of the devs. I haven't gone to main yet, I don't think. Feels like this game loop would get boring fast. This Artifice one? I mean, like, I don't need like a gameplay loop that's exciting the whole time. I actually kind of prefer when it's a little bit boring and I can just kind of loot freely. That's why I can have so much fun on like experimentation, even though people consider it the most boring map ever. This is kind of fun to talk about things. Is it only one moderator for High Quota? For High Quota and speedruns, I'm pretty sure there's like a team of people. There's no way that only one person's doing it. I don't know how many people there are. Like SQ would probably be able to tell you more about that. But I'm also not one of them. I play a lot of Lethal Company. I play a lot of Forsaken. I don't watch a lot of either of them. I'll watch guide content though. Especially if there's like specific knowledge that I'm looking for. And I'll watch, and now that I've like started streaming on Twitch, I'll sometimes tune into a Twitch stream here and there. Like Illusion stream, July by Day I'm in there usually. Bread streams sometimes. Okay, this is probably just gonna be one where I wait. These giants are a little too close to the main entrance. I could outplay it. I think the run would end a lot sooner if I did though. Eight moderators for Lethal Company. Sheesh. Sounds about right. You have to focus 100% of the time. Just get exhausting. Downtime periods are what make this stress special. Exactly. I don't come to Lethal Company to be stressed. I come here to kind of have a chill time and just talk about whatever's on my mind and talk about things in the game as they come up. If I wanted a more stressful time, I'd probably play in this format a bit more often, and I probably wouldn't be sitting in the autopilot ship right now. I probably wouldn't even be talking to you guys, actually. I'd probably just be locked in gaming. But oh no, I can't really do that for Lethal Company or for most games in general. You know what the one game is where I can really lock in and just play? It's Melee, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Fighting games. Fighting games, I cannot talk and play. I'm there to play. And yeah. I'm in it for the entire round. I've not played Melee in a long time though. It is what it is. Do I want to play Brawlhalla? I'm not interested in other fighting games, unfortunately. It's really only Melee. Tekken a little bit to an extent, but I'm not really down to learn other fighting games. I don't have Smash. Smash is free. I can help get you set up with it. At least online Melee is, anyway. Now, I have Stormy Weather. I will say, though, that it will not be fair. Someone who has experience in Melee versus someone who doesn't, there is an insane gap. Okay, I'm gonna do some math right now. To hopefully not play Stormy Weather. 53%. You guys are gonna see this crazy 53% sell just to avoid this. I have to sell 682. Okay. And I got 1517 on the ship, baby. Let's go. Creef, I will put a $100 bounty on you taking a game off me in Melee. In US dollars. Transfer my Brawlhalla experience into Smash. I mean, I think Brawlhalla is like a platform fighter at the very least, right? $236. Probably 2 days in a row. Hey, if it be like that, it'd be like that, and I gotta deal with it. I got a game. That would actually have to move on and do my tag team 10 quota duties. Didn't know you went live? Yeah. No, finished editing my Forsaken Frontiers video, decided to go live. I was gonna go live anyway, because I had the energy for it. There was no point in trying to pretend to go to sleep. 417. Chef gotta be streaming at random, right? It's because, you know, with the way my life's gone, there's quite a bit of randomness to the day. Which is kind of crazy for someone who does nothing but play video games, stream, watch anime sometimes. I don't even fully watch the anime themselves, I just be watching reactions nowadays. I've been rewatching Freerun and Food Wars vicariously through anime reaction channels. 690. That should be good enough. I didn't go live yesterday because I was dealing with some car issues. I had to walk home at some point. I gotta walk uphill to walk home.
You are true professionals.
That was cool. You are true professionals selling super early on this quota. Food Wars is wild, right? So, when I first watched the first episode of Food Wars, I dropped it immediately because I wasn't into like all that ecchi stuff. But when I was getting back into food as a profession, like literally before I started doing Lethal Company stuff, I read Food Wars. So like the ecchi isn't as much in my face. And the food stuff and like the lessons on how to like grow in a kitchen and just, you know, all like the coming of age and building yourself up type thing, like, you know, those common shonen stuff, it was very well delivered in Food Wars. And the dishes and techniques are like legit in there too. So as someone who was a chef by profession, it was real cool visiting Food Wars. It was also fun watching Yakitate Japan, which is the bread one. Shout out to bread again. Older version. And that one also kind of does silly food reactions, but rather than going down like the ecchi route, it's definitely more of like an absurd, like slapstick and pun driven comedy route. And I preferred that a lot. But the baking techniques in Yakitate Japan aren't as realistic compared to the food techniques in Food Wars. So it's also an older anime too, so but I liked that one a lot. Frieren is by far a way better manga experience. That's an interesting take. I like both of them, but like Frieren kind of just extremely elevated my expectations for anime. Because I feel like season 1 Frieren anime was pretty like masterclass. And it's really hard for me to watch other anime nowadays because of how good it was. And I will not be taking opinions that disagree with that, unfortunately. Love manga Frieren though. Super excited for season 2. Season 2 is confirmed. How's it going, Cupcake? Welcome in. You'll annihilate me at Melee one day. Good luck. Food Wars awesome, loved it. Usually can't watch ecchi. Food Wars made it worth. When you can, it's like super extra ecchi in the beginning, but then when you can look, like when it doesn't have that, like the story is actually like pretty decent, you know, and the food stuff is actually real cool. And then all of a sudden she's naked. It's like, bro, that's not even why I'm here. That's actually what turned me away from the series. But I know how it works. That's part of the reason. That's like one of the reasons why it's big. Not because of the food, but because of that. I just wasn't the target audience, it seems. Okay, let's go back to Artifice. It's still starting. I don't think I have enough for this to sell, so I'm gonna have to actually deal with it. I'm going on foot, guys. Actually, I still go jetpack. God damn it, alright. I mean, I have pretty good chances of living this anyway, so... Can't escape them all, it seems. Stormy weather is my least favorite weather of all of them. I would rather get eclipsed every time. Eclipse? You know, the bad RNG of Eclipse is that you got an Eclipse in the first place. That's fine. But you know, that also applies to Stormy, and then you can also just get struck by lightning because you decided to go outside. Which is true in real life. Every time you walk outside, there is a non-0% chance that you'll get struck by lightning. I don't know if that's something that people have considered before, but it's something that, if you were here today, you will now consider. Because I decided to put that out there in the world. Speaking of putting things out there in the world, I'm gonna go put this key outside. And it's gonna be 1 hour per day. Well, you know what? For YouTube, it's better when my videos are longer. YouTube pushes long videos a lot harder than they push short videos that aren't YouTube shorts. So I don't mind extending it by a little bit. I will say that I intended for this to be a 2-hour session. I didn't expect to actually do all that well in this category. But hey, we might get there. We might this might actually be the run, and that will be freaking hilarious. And then I'll never have to come back to Artifice ever again. Maybe. Ideally. Hello. Can't believe I got a gold bar without Nico being here. I did get it in a storm though. Oh, Nico is here. When is Stormy modifier coming to FF? Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Please do not. You telling me I'm gonna have to find a way to glaze Stormy Weather in Forsaken Frontiers if they decide to add it? Austin glazes Forsaken Frontiers way too much. I would glaze Forsaken Frontiers even if it wasn't a donut. Don't think too hard about what that means. You just came back. Welcome back, dude. Just, you know, you missed my, almost a 30-minute long rant about Forsaken Frontiers. It seems like these rants are gonna get more and more common. For better and for worse. I also just sold on the company building on day 2 to avoid stormy weather, just to get stormy weather again. But we're out here. We're out here still. Honestly, I'm a little lost, so I think I'm gonna go... I think we're gonna reset here. We're gonna reset on our positioning. Right, because I have a stack of items somewhere, no? Or did I bring it all to main? Did I really bring it all to main? There's that rubber ducky there. I mean, if I brought it all to main, then... Hell yeah. I must have brought it all to main. Oh. Hey. At some point, Chef will post a YouTube video, just him sitting in the ship glazing FF from start to end. You know, you say that maybe in jest, but like when I went on my rant during my solo Forsaken Frontiers run, I considered clipping that 45-minute yap session into a separate video and just cutting it out of that and getting 2 videos out of it. The only reason I didn't do that is because I wanted to upload the video that day and I forgot where the yap session was and I couldn't be friggin' bothered to figure it out. That is the only reason that wasn't 2 videos. And the only reason, maybe I'll do it for this one. The only reason I wouldn't do it for a rant like that, like this, is, okay, well there's a hoarding book somewhere. Yes, because there's a hoarding book somewhere. Because there's a hoarding bug somewhere though, I will do the rooftop strat. Is if, you know, I actually go on a run here and need to submit it to High Quota and need to leave the entire run intact. Is what I was trying to say. Watch me fly this all the way back to the ship right away. Nope. There are 2 giants at the ship? Alright. Word. Well, it's not over yet. Unfortunately. Not over yet. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen. But hey, I got 2 days left. I would have lived that in V40, by the way. I think I'm still on world record pace. Has anyone submitted a solo Artifice High Quota run, by the way? Last I checked, there weren't any solo Artifice High Quota runs. And so, technically, I'm still on world record pace. If anyone wants a pro Lethal Company tip, do not slam into walls with your jetpack. I wish it was only a concussion cupcake. It seems like it was a little bit worse than that. Factory interior, my beloved. Cash register. Watch me. Can you even? Okay, well, hold on. Let's make this jump first before we think about anything else. Bro, do I have to preserve my momentum for this? Like, I almost ran out of stamina. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me cook. Thanks for the follow, Hippo Company. You almost witnessed tragedy. Misery loves company, and, you know, the company is lethal. Okay. We survived to see another hour in this deadline. At the very least. Combustion? Those words both start with a C. Alright, Easter eggs. Where were those when I had to deal with giants earlier? Watch me need to blow up that landmine for safety purposes. Don't worry, everybody on the tag team. Your 10 quota is in my hands. Ignore the part where I slammed into a wall with a jetpack. I might have taken the Anthran tech too far. I actually don't know. All I know is that I actually don't know about the Anthran jetpack incidents. All I know is that jetpacks are associated with that man. 205, by the way. I'd be worried. Look, I'd be less worried only because, you know, streamer man's getting it out of the way now rather than during the run. I'd be thankful, actually. Okay. If anything, though, I probably won't be doing it very fast. I don't know what's considered fast when you have to bring home, you know, $800 per day on Artifice. Setting examples for future runners. You know, that's always been my role. I show people what not to do when it comes to doing high-performing Lethal Company stuff. And then sometimes I'll hit people with a little bit of knowledge and be like, whoa, wait, maybe Chef Austin does know what he's doing. And then immediately fall into a pit of despair. Or slam into an autopilot ship, one or the other. I still haven't checked fire exit, right? Or did I go? No, I went fire exit, I'm dumb. I literally just deposited to the fire exit. I haven't checked main is what I meant to say. And I think I'm gonna start doing that because that gold bar and cash register might take me a while to transfer. And you know what? I'm gonna do it in one inventory. You think I'm scared? Red shows them what to do. You guys are like opposites, it seems. You know, Brett and I are more alike than people would think. We're both Lethal Company. So I'd say we're kind of alike in that sense. You ever see them transfer 174 pounds of loot with a giant out on the map? How long do you think this will take? I left at around like 1:30 p.m. Let's peep this out. Wait, that's actually kind of fast, isn't it? Take minimum 3 hours. That sounds about right. That sounds pretty generous. I'm glad that you believe in me like that. You show what to not do with to your viewers. I show that to Nico when he crashes with a car into me. Listen, at least my failures only affect myself. I will leave it at that. 5 p.m. is... Well, anyone want to take new guesses? Guys, I'm not letting go of this. This is actually gonna help me. Dude, he whiffed. He whiffed. Okay, he didn't whiff that time. Okay. I almost died. Imagine if I died right there. I dropped the egg. Guys, I dropped the egg. Did you see that? Can he fly? He can fly? I left the clipboard, by the way. Complete oversight on my part. My bad. Did I only bring 3 items? I could have sworn I brought a full inventory. Where was my magnifying glass? Hello? Guys, did I only bring 3 items? Wait, am I allowed to ask that? I don't know if I am. I'm not supposed to get outside help for my run. Whatever. I'll just assume that it's lost. Looping an old bird. Just give me a moment here. God, why do I have to be such a gamer and have to complete this run? I was supposed to fail 2 hours ago, or 1 hour ago. We're going back in though. I got stuff still in fire exit. Bum, bum, bum. 7 o'clock. I have time for this last inventory as well. I'm gonna go up here. I feel safer up here than going through the small little house over there. I wonder if there's a way for me to go this way, like long way. Like up and around this way. Nah, it doesn't seem like it. Maybe back before, you know, slopes got changed. Maybe there was a world. Oh. Well then. Barber, hoarding bug, nutcracker. Barber, hoarding bug, nutcracker. I'm gonna say I should just jetpack to Maine. But there's at least one problem with that approach. Let's break line of sight here. Okay. There's another dog. Word. What? Did you guys see that? That dog like jumped forward. Okay. That's predictable. I'm a little upset about my magnifying glass though. Jesus. Oh wait, there's literally a scrap item right there. So I will go get that magnifying glass once things chill out here. Or maybe when we take off even. Auction pool confirmed. You know, didn't realize that they let them shadow step. How's it going, Harmonica? Welcome into this Artifice run that has gone on for way too long, it seems. Yeah, we're just gonna hold off. We're gonna get our magnifying glass. Because it is out there. But I'm for some reason not scanning it or seeing it. Because I intentionally grabbed 4 items so that way the gold bar and cash register inventory would be as heavy as possible. Only 3 hours late. It's okay. This has just been the warm-up for the tag team 10 quota run that I'm supposed to do. That's literally all this was supposed to be. This was just supposed to be a warm-up, and it ended up being a whole thing. I should be buying furniture, huh? To lower my quota rolls, but I feel like I've been getting pretty low quota rolls already. But then again, I've been trying to use all of my money to get jetpacks too. Just leave considering how wild it is outside right now. I'm playing with the challenge that I can only leave if I full clear or if the ship leaves on its own. I also went and grabbed that before midnight. I felt like it was a good time and I found it. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. That's why I'm calling it the midnight only challenge. The reason why I'm trying to play as aggressively as I am though is because for the tag team 10 quota that I'm gonna do after this, I need to average around $800 per day on Artifice, and I don't have a lot of Artifice experience to begin with. So yeah, it looks like I have to do Stormy again. I don't have enough to where I can sell my way out of this one, so I actually have to play it. How's it going, Raul X13? Appreciate that. I haven't had the best luck so far, or at least, you know, in this second half, or third, rather, in the past hour or so. Getting a lot of stormy weathers. I blew myself up with a jetpack, and now I have stormy again on the last day. But for some reason, we're still out here. I started this stream struggling to make it through one day, and now we're out here on like 3rd or 4th quota, so imagine if I died there. There's a world where I just straight up got murked immediately. It's not this one, thankfully. Big Bolt's kind of rough, but I think Stormy should be disabled because I left plenty of metallic objects on the map last time. Because I died. I left at least 4. So I'm hoping that it was enough. What is with this spawn, dude? This screams like, this just reeks of death. It just does. Big Bolt. It's a crime that a Big Bolt can even spawn here. Oh, we love you, Big Bolt. Do you think? Guys, if I step on this landmine, can I reach the fire exit? Guess I can. Let's just get rid of that. That's probably gonna not be good for later. Well, the fact that I did that now is good for later. Set myself up for success wherever I can.
Right? If you ever get a landmine that's too close for comfort, just do that. Managed to catch the stream. Let's go. Welcome in, Oblivion. We are currently on quota 3 or 4 of this midnight only Artifice run. And it's all in preparation for the tag team 10 quota run that I am responsible for the finale for. I'm practicing for averaging $800 plus on Artifice, and I'm unsure if it's gonna be of how well I'm gonna do. But so far so good. I mean, I'll have a jetpack when I actually do the real run, but I have crashed the one jetpack that I bought on this run. So we're just gaming on foot right now. This is the last day of the quota though. So I will probably be playing a little bit safe, especially considering how dangerous of a seed that I've got in here today. But the reason why it's midnight only is because it's to encourage me to stay longer and not leave too early. But I'm scared. I'm scared that I will throw the run sooner rather than later. We're gonna find out if we disabled stormy weather in a second here. I feel like it is though. I think we're okay. Art is better on V50 than it is on V65, right? Like, I'm never gonna get the mineshaft spawn on V50. The reason why I'm playing on V65 is because I didn't know how to mod V50 for free moons. That's literally the only reason. I didn't feel like figuring it out. And so I said, screw it, let's just do V65 and go from there. I mean, the outside's all the same anyway. And then the inside is just mansion. Well, it could be factory also, but... Watching you play Forsaken Frontiers, me and my group are trying it out tonight. Word! Awesome, hope you guys enjoy it. I just put out a new guide this morning as well, talking about store items. Because the store items in Forsaken Frontiers are really good. And also, the devs just released a roadmap during this stream about their plans for the game. They plan on rebalancing the game to make it a little bit easier and for store items to cost a little bit less as well. And so the game you played tonight might not be the same game that's around by the end of this week. But it's a fun time either way. I think it's cool that you guys will get to jump in while the game is as its most difficult. Me personally, I enjoy the challenge. But they're making the changes because people said the game was too hard. And I think the changes are gonna are like pretty cool thematically speaking, so I'm not upset with what they're deciding to do. But I hope you guys have some fun. It's a good time out in the icy wastelands. Your turn to run a V40 run. Teach you how to mod older versions. Nico knows how to mod it. He's the one that was responsible for the V49 mod. I just wasn't expecting Nico to be awake when I started this stream. And I didn't want to ask him because he's usually working around this time too. But what do we don't even really run mods for the tag team 10 quota, right? I only wanted to do mods for this one because, you know, I'm going to Artifice. But I have no problem just doing the one quota with no mods. Terrified of difficulty? The Wii Ball. Worth it to get some decent scares, right? But yeah, if you guys ever get stuck or anything, you know, I feel like the guides that I put out were pretty helpful, especially the beginner one. And I recently I also put out a guide on like monster encounters too. Because there's a lot that the game doesn't tell you that I think really helps. Also, although they did add a bunch of like messages on the train that kind of clue you into how to deal with all the enemies, which is kind of cool. And so if you ever hear like the director talking, I think it's really good to listen in to what they're saying. Oh, good. Then if the guides are what got you guys started, I think you guys are in a way better starting position than a lot of people. And if you already like what you saw based on that, then I think you're gonna love it. So glad that you found me through the Forsaken Frontiers stuff. I'll actually be doing solo Nightmare Forsaken Frontiers after I get all my Lethal Company stuff done today. Okay, just... One second. Why? There's always a worm here. There's always a worm here. Please stop. I'm gonna go all the way around, by the way. I dropped the keys to hopefully distract the baboon hawks. This is all I really want anyway. 0-0 on debt. Exactly right. And they're like, I'm not entirely sure why they did that in the first place. But it's not too hard to keep track of afterwards. Felt like I had to try it. Word. I'm glad that you're giving it a try. That's why I push it so hard, you know. I feel like there's overlap between people who enjoy Lethal Company and Forsaken Frontiers. And, you know, as someone who happens to have a mostly Lethal Company audience, you know, I felt like it was finally time where I can push something else for once. Without it feeling like two sales. I mean, I am pushing it very, very hard, obviously. But I wouldn't push it as hard as I do if I didn't genuinely enjoy it and genuinely believe that the people that are in my audience would also enjoy it too. It just wouldn't feel real otherwise. I camp out here for the next 3 hours. I might even pull the lever. Because I'm not gonna leave from here. But the reason why I'm not gonna pull the lever is because if something horrible goes wrong, and it is what it is. I have 876 on the ship. So I will be able to buy a jetpack after this, which is cool. I'll just try not to throw the jetpack anymore. I mean, it seems like I did get rid of stormy weather, so that's a very, very good look for the run. So I shouldn't have to worry about rushing with the jetpack in storm. Because I know you can outpace the lightning with a jetpack. It's just not something I've done successfully. And I remember I got reminded the hard way of how unforgiving the collisions with jetpacks are with the new jetpack. Like, it's very forgiving as far as like takeoff goes and having the whole like fuel glitch and stored damage thing get fixed. But if you just brush like a railing or a wall while you're jetpacking, you explode. So, you know, it's give and take. I've been playing on down-patched versions of Lethal Company that don't have these jetpack changes in them. And so that encounter I would have lived with the old jetpack. That's kind of like my copium that I'm huffing right now. But I also think it'll be really funny with the amount of times I've died in this run and for the amount of detours I've taken with the conversation in the middle of it to submit this on a leaderboard. Jeff is #1 FF salesman. I'm trying to be. I'm pushing it, you know. It's the first time that I've been in a position where I can kind of like use the influence that I've built to maybe help something grow. Not entirely true. I mean, back when like Nico, Larry, and I were all doing YouTube together, you know, I showed them my YouTube analytics and was like, hey dude, like if we game together and like we do this, we can all just get to that other side, to YouTube partnership. We could become like one of the upcoming and crazy gaming trios of YouTube. And for a little while we were living that life. We got there to YouTube partner. It was awesome. Still is, actually. And now it's, instead of like trying to use my YouTube results to get someone to do the same, it's more like actually trying to like market, I guess, market something that I believe in with the platform, which is like, you know, how content creators make money. You have, like, to some extent, you have to do marketing of some sort. And this is the first time I've decided to actually, like, to do that. Do my part as a content creator. Obviously, like, I make money because my channel already is a billboard. It's just I don't get to choose what's advertised to people. Like, that's how YouTube ads work. That's how Twitch ads work. I don't get to pick what ads are shown to you guys. The ads that are shown to you guys are based on people's viewing history and, like, internet searches or whatever. I get no say in what gets shown. I only get a say of when it's shown. It's just part of the, it's just the name of the game. Did I oversell? I'm pretty sure I just oversold. I didn't think I would get there in 2 inventories. I'm not gonna lie. I oversold like crazy. But I've always told myself that if I were to push something with my channel, I wouldn't be pushing some bullshit. Like, as long as it's within my control, I wouldn't be pushing some bullshit. And I'm pushing Forsaken Frontiers because I don't think it's bullshit. If I did, I wouldn't be playing it. So yeah. We love seeing her. So you'll be doing some FF later today. Yes, I'll be doing Forsaken Frontiers directly after my Tag Team 10 quota. Especially because, you know, the balances are coming into the game sooner rather than later. And I do want to do my Nightmare run while it's still difficult. Or at its most difficult, rather. Because even with the changes, the game is still going to be difficult. It just is. Holy crap. You guys see this jetpack sale? 80% off jetpack? I for sure oversold then. Love creators pushing new games, right? And honestly, like I said it earlier, all it takes for Forsaken Frontiers is for a big gaming content creator to play the game once, and that can do a lot for it. And I'm hoping that by the time that happens, the necessary changes will have been implemented into Forsaken Frontiers, so that way when an even larger influx of gamers come by to try it out, that they just love it immediately off rip, the same way that I did and that many people have so far. Dude, I love your how chill your streams and videos are. Awesome. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. Welcome in Sargato-verse. I try to keep it that way, you know. I'm a high energy person in the fact that I have stamina and can keep going for a while. I'm not gonna be an in-your-face type content creator, other than being in your face about Forsaken Frontiers advertising. But you know, like the upbeat, high tempo or high energy type person. You guys know what I mean. That's not me. That's not me. It's not gonna be a persona that I try to fit into. Kind of, and I'm very grateful that people kind of rock with me with just how I am. It's real cool. Have the discipline to create. You know, making gaming videos is something that I've done for a really long time. Like, I've done it as a hobby ever since like middle school, which for me puts me at maybe 15-16 years of doing this. It's only the past year where I started doing it professionally, thanks to Lethal Company. And every other job or work that I've done has always been work where I am just constantly working 24/7. So like that grind of working every waking hour and doing nothing else other than sleeping and doing the bare minimum for yourself, like that is not a sequence that is lost on me. And so it's kind of, and you know, doing YouTube and content creation and stuff is kind of like, it's nice for me because even though I am just kind of working all the time, I'm never obligated to do that work or be anywhere, if that makes sense. Like when I work in a kitchen, I am obligated to show up to the kitchen and do service for a set amount of hours. I'm obligated to help run a company, like an actual business, and I am physically required to be places. For this, I just left my house for like the first time in a really long time yesterday. It's been so long that I've left my house that my car battery died. We'll just leave it at that. Doesn't mean I don't go outside. I got a nice little balcony. I got a pool in the backyard. San Diego's real nice. I just don't go out to see people or anything. Or go explore or whatever. I've done a lot of that already. I do it eventually. I had to walk back home when my car battery died, so I got a nice little walk yesterday. It's a nice way of living. Not for everybody, obviously. Some people would probably hear that and think like, goddamn, what a nightmare. I'm here for a reason. I could always go back to a regular day job. So if YouTube doesn't pan out or it's like not enough for me, I have options. It's fine. But this is like, I have an opportunity in my life where I can just play video games for a living. And while I've had my like ups and downs with that, it's kind of cool that it even exists as an opportunity in the first place. So in the end, I'm always led down to gratitude, gratefulness. And that's why we're out here today. And we gaming. Even though I was editing for like 8 hours before this, we're gaming. We're into hour 3.5 right now. And we're gonna keep going for quite a bit, so yeah. Need the alter ego videos about Forsaken, right? If alter ego don't do it, I'll do it. I'm out here trying to pump out as many guides as possible. That includes guides about monsters and stuff. You're gonna see me put out the AI behind the butcher and just completely rip off alter ego style. It's gonna be sick. And then I'm also gonna be close to 100k subs on YouTube. Shout out to alter ego. Very low energy. I just hyperfixate on stuff. Right. I'm definitely at my best when I am very interested in something. I'm currently very interested in the success of Forsaken Frontiers, more so than my own personal success, which is almost entirely true, because obviously the better Forsaken Frontiers does, the better that the people who are pushing out content for the game will do. But that's kind of sick, right? Like right now, Forsaken Frontiers kind of just performing okay, at least on my channel. The solo video performing just as good as my Lethal Company stuff. Now I have variety. One of the things that was tough about doing Lethal Company content for a whole year is that I only played Lethal Company for a whole year, so obviously I burnt out, especially when video games weren't a crazy big part of my life for like the entire year leading up to Lethal Company. I was actually a bit of a grass toucher for a while. I was in the best shape of my life. I've gone on this rant many times. But now with the release of Forsaken Frontiers, I've been getting like, you know, exercise and eating well and sleeping well back into my lifestyle. I literally have my suspension trainers hung up right here somewhere in the back. I got a standing desk so I can actually stand while I edit and do walking pad stuff. Yeah, we're getting back to being fit, healthy gamers. Shout out to Dr. K, if anyone's a fan of Dr. K. My autism gives me that discipline to create. Let's go. That's what I gotta say to that. Let's go. What do you think of Liar's Bar? I've been wanting to play it, honestly. Hard to get 4 people to play. Hard for me to be available to play a multiplayer game as well that isn't Dead by Daylight or Forsaken Frontiers. I will only play Liar's Bar from a content perspective. I will not play it from a casual perspective. Go outside, sir. I do go outside. I go outside pretty regularly. Bring back the walking pad. For these longer streams, I will. Don't worry. I even have a setting on my standing desk where my desk is at the right height when I'm using it. Don't worry. A lot of my exercise is being done off stream though. Couldn't you charge a shovel or something metal and it would explode and die? That was a mod. That was a mod where you can charge metallic objects on here and die. But it was never in base game. Only problem is the pain the next day. I mean, I've heard it said to me many times, you can either choose the pain of working towards your own health, like up front, or you can choose the pain of not having done anything towards your health in the second or in the later half of your life. So one of those is gainful pain, and then the other one is pain as a result of not doing enough earlier. And I'd rather not get to that point where I'm in pain because I'm weak. I'd rather be in the pain because I'm growing somehow. And that's something to think about too. It's like, if or that's what motivates me when I have to do something that I don't particularly want to do. It's, if I don't do this thing now, if I don't make it a habit now, where will I be in 10 years? That's what I think about sometimes. Or it doesn't even have to be that long of a time horizon. Like, let's think about like a month or two ago when I was not uploading Lethal Company or playing Lethal Company and only playing Dead by Daylight. I thought about it. It's like, where will I be by the end of the year or at the top of next year if I just completely drop Lethal Company because I didn't want to play a video game and put out videos on a video game. I would have to go back. The answer was that I would have to go back to the 9-to-5 life that I explicitly left 2 times to play video games full time. And I was like, okay, if I had to pick between going back to a 9-to-5 job and playing a video game that I'm kind of lukewarm about at this time, which one do I prefer? And I went to video games because video games, I have complete agency over my schedule. And even if I don't want to play it sometimes, it's still a pretty sweet gig compared to whatever gig I'll have to get as a result of not doing it. And then, so I started playing more Lethal Company, uploading more Lethal Company, found an angle that I actually enjoy. Like, I actually like doing the solo and duo high quota stuff. You know, it's a bit more fun than some of the wackier things that I've done in the past. And now Forsaken Frontiers is here. Forsaken Frontiers is here. I can push Forsaken Frontiers just fine as well. And because I've been pushing out Lethal Company and Dead by Daylight side by side, you know, I built up that stamina to be able to push multiple games out and even multiple videos out per day. So it's we're kind of in a good spot right now. Could I be in a better spot if I never took those hiatuses? Probably. But that's only based on better spot according to YouTube metrics, not necessarily life metrics. And I think life metrics I'm doing quite okay. Could I be doing better? Absolutely. But I think recognizing that and having a path towards that better and a game plan to get there is really, really valuable. Toilet cleaner I'm using right now is making horrible sounds. Worried what my roommate thinks. You should make them even worse. Just do it on purpose. Give your roommate something to think about. Life's too short to think about or to worry about what your roommates are thinking. Most things that seem hard to me are only mental. It usually starts in the mental, yeah. But also, the physical can also drive the mental also. That makes sense. You know, that's why, like, this next arc of mine, I'm going to be prioritizing physical health a lot. Because it's really hard to be mentally fit when you're not physically fit also. It goes both ways, though. It's hard to be physically fit when you're not mentally fit, but it's not, like, a one-way street where mental only affects the physical and physical does not affect the mental. It's both. And I think I focused a lot on the mental and not enough on the physical. So I'm trying to focus more on the physical as things are. How can I remove the posters in the ship? Like these ones? I think you have to mod them out. I don't think there's a way to do it in vanilla. Duos with me win. We'll see. I'm really hard to collaborate with, honestly. The reason why I can collab with Nico pretty regularly is because I just hit that guy up on a whim and because I know he's content build. It's hard for me to kind of do stuff with people that I can't vet ahead of time, which is one of the real reasons why I mostly collaborate with YouTubers and Twitch streamers, because I can vet them ahead of time and see if we would even be a good fit to begin with. So when Alter Ego hit me up for the full clear offense and Illusion was part of that squad, I was ecstatic because I was like, these are 2 guys that I would love to play with sometime. I still haven't reached out to them, even though I've felt that way. So for that to come my way was super awesome. So yeah. Is it really good to post videos every day? It depends. It depends what your strategy is. Some people say, like, the reason why I uploaded every day is because, or I'd say one of the values to uploading every day or benefits is that if you do not have experience making videos or writing titles or writing thumbnails, writing scripts, or anything like that, daily uploads is good because you get your reps in. Because most people do not make good content at the very start or even for like their first year or whatever. And a lot of times part of it takes a lot of reps. The other part is a lot of studying. And sometimes if you're not uploading a lot, you're just not going to upload enough. And it really depends on what kind of timeline you're working for. Daily uploads probably isn't the absolute best strategy. I know Mr. Beast, I mean, it's kind of hard to shout out Mr. Beast nowadays with like the flack that he's getting, but his YouTube advice is still really solid, even though if he's not, I guess. He said like the sweet spot is once a month. Most people upload once a week. The reason why I uploaded daily is because I wanted more reps to see what worked in the Lethal Company space from a content angle. That's reason number one. Reason number two, well, I guess reason number two is tied to reason number one. I wanted to start building up my own data on YouTube analytics, and the more fleshed out my data is, the better my the info I get from it will be. So more daily uploads equals more data. And the other reason is because I wanted to integrate myself into people's daily schedules. Like, people can just kind of know that Chef Austin is going to post every day. So this time is when I watch Chef Austin. I watch him when I eat, I watch him when I go to sleep, I listen to him while I'm commuting or while I'm working. And daily uploads are good for that. There are some creators that I wish uploaded more. There are some creators who I think upload too much and I can't keep up with them. The best answer is to figure out what works best for you. Also, a lot of the YouTube advice I've seen on YouTube says upload once a week, but I would see their analytics graphs and see that their money would go up on days they uploaded and go down on days that they didn't. And I was like, why don't we just upload every day then, if money goes up on days that we upload? And let's just say that I benefited a lot from that. I think now we're at the point where daily uploads might not be the best strategy, but it's still a strategy that's keeping me afloat. So it's something that I'm gonna do while I figure out the more curated content side of things. If that's an adequate enough answer for now. I think there is a mod to remove posters, by the way. Better spot in life being a higher priority than a better spot in YouTube metrics. Such a base and goated way to live and think about life. I have had a lot of time to think about like living life in ways that are both sustainable and ways that I enjoy. It's kind of something that I have to do as someone who has taken the directions in life that I have taken to get here today. Because I definitely did not follow a lot of the conventional ways to a more secure lifestyle. So really, the onus is on me to figure it out and to make it work. And I'm still out here. So we're making it work. Not saying it's perfect, but it's functional, and we're figuring it out. 10 out of 10 yap session. We're just out here yapping today, it seems. I would love to just be a yapping streamer rather than a gaming one. I was originally planning on doing a personal development and content creation podcast instead of being a gaming content creator. I just saw a good opportunity to grow a Lethal Company gaming channel, and turns out it paid off. And now I have a little bit more credibility behind what I say about when it comes to content creation and YouTube. So that's cool. Okay, we're just gonna go again. I have extra money, I don't really care. This segment has gone on for too long. So let's keep it pushing. I probably should have bought furniture at least. Is it too late? No, because this could have lowered my quota. Whatever. I don't know if Liar's Bar is the kind of game that Larry would play, honestly. I'd say, like, just from a content perspective, Nico, like, personality types like Nico would be better for it. Larry's more of like a try-hard gamer. Liar's Bar is more of like a social deduction type thing. Still learning on how to do everything and been stuck on what I want to do as well. Well, you know, good luck on figuring that out. It's something that I did, or whenever I'm lost and stuff, I just kind of look up to the people that live the lives that I want for myself. Like back when I was trying to figure out whether or not I wanted to do food, and when I was very interested in doing online business stuff, I was listening to people like Dan Coe, Alex Hormozy, shoot, what's the guy that runs The Future? I know his name's Chris. I don't remember his last name. Most recently, it has been Naval Ravikant. Those are some pretty good people to listen to in my opinion. Also recently too, Dr. K from Healthy Gamer GG. He has some really good stuff. And his podcast on Diary of a CEO, pretty fantastic. I'm listening to Jessie and Chospa, aka the Glucose Goddess, really helped me get my nutrition in order. Ended up losing 30 pounds just following her simple steps. And also just having a lot of energy and eating more veggies in my life. Yap got too personal. These are what the Yap sessions are going to be like nowadays. Furniture only applies to the next quota. Word. I did see that Bread put out a video on how the luck actually works, so I didn't watch it before this, but I'll probably watch it after. Not a big content creator, don't really consider myself to be one. Speaking with Bread and other content creators, best way to start is to just stream community you enjoy. Think the stream was fun, cut it into a video and upload it. Right. And I think that's what the most valuable part of streaming is. Streaming, you get to be in that driver's seat. You get to present yourself as someone who could potentially entertain people. And the part where people get it wrong is that they don't upload it somewhere else, because streaming is not a good way to grow an organic audience. It's better way to interact. It's mostly a way for you to have a VOD of yourself somewhere and to store it somewhere, and kind of a convenient way to to get clips or whatever if you're going to go for short form stuff. But there are too many people who stream and tell me that they want to be gaming content creators and they want to grow and be one as a professional, and do not upload anywhere else, or they upload one TikTok and then call it a day. If you're gonna do short form, you better be uploading multiple of those every single day. Long form's easier in that respect. You cannot get away with posting just one TikTok. You can probably get away with posting one a day. But my thing is, if you're streaming for like 4+ hours, how are you only getting one short out of it? How are you only entertaining for one, at most, 60-second segment? That's why I like doing long form. I went on a rant about this before. Streaming is like long form, people say it's too hard, and then they go stream for 4+ hours. Streaming is live long form content, and if you can't find your live long form content interesting, or if you can't find your curated long form content interesting, it's usually because your live long form content sucks ass. That's it. But yeah. Sorry, double decker mod video. Got the mod. Have floating posters all around, and I can't remove them. I don't know if I had posters on mine. I never noticed them. I did have like the wider ship mod though. Maybe that's why I didn't have any posters, if I didn't have any. Lethal Company update, not V65. I did see V66 when I loaded up today, but it still said 65 in the bottom left corner. Maybe V66, they just took out the suit and the birthday hat, like the post-birthday Lethal Company update. Way to make being entertaining easier, because you get to interact with the chat more. That one is more up to like personal preference, I think. The reason why I didn't stream for most of my Lethal Company quote-unquote career is because I wanted to focus more on sharing my thoughts on what's going on and finding ways to be entertaining without that external influence. Because sometimes when we talk to chat, or when we have conversations with people who are here live, the conversations veer off from the original point of the content angle, which is fine, and it's really fun for the people who are there. But then for the people who tuned in elsewhere, say on like YouTube, it's like I came here to watch him play High Quota Lethal Company and learn from this. So why are they talking about like pizza or something? It's not a bad thing. Talking about pizza shows that you are a human being behind the screen. It does. But at the same time, I think it's real good to be able to find your own voice without like the external influences and stuff, which is also why I do a lot of solo streams. Because sometimes if I play with friends, we kind of just got too much inside stuff going on, and like if you just don't take me and Nico for an example, or any of the Lethal Company people for an example, take a random gaming content creator that's showed up on your TikTok or Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts feed, that where the content is an inside joke between their friends, and tell me if you found that funny or not, or if you found that entertaining. And then look at the amount of views and engagement that they got on those. It's probably not a lot. So I don't remember where I was going with that, but not trying to say don't stream. I absolutely love that you have that part where you cut the stream into videos. But then we also have to be realistic about what the metrics that, or what the numbers of our video that we get on our videos actually mean. Part of it is making a lot of videos that get no views, and then accepting the reality that even though you put everything you had into it, it might not be that good. It just is what it is. Go look at my older videos prior to Lethal Company. I averaged 20 views on all of my videos for like 4 years. It was fine. I didn't care. I wasn't making it to grow as a content creator. I was making it to show the 20 friends that that watched it. And then now I make videos. I did the same thing for Lethal Company, and turns out a lot of people liked what I was doing. So I kept going. And now we're here. So yeah. Thanks for the follow, Infected Ducky. Only plan has just been saving clips during the long sessions, putting them together in edited video monthly, like a montage every month at the end. That is, I mean, that's a lot more than what most people do. And that is like the whole point of streaming also. I think that's good that you do that. That's exactly what I did Twitch for. When I started streaming, I didn't have a lot of storage space on my computer. So Twitch was just my place to store VODs. I intentionally did not talk to people that showed up to my stream because I was just recording. I was just using Twitch as a recording platform. I still kind of do that now, but now people show up to my streams. I'm not going to ignore you guys. Not on purpose anyway. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep it pushing. Let's not go to the company building though. How about let's go to Artifice, yeah? Maybe we go to Artifice? Oh, this guy's landing on the company building. Got an ad. Oh, ad break ends in 5 seconds, so you'll have the opportunity to do that. Damn, my sleep is gonna be good tonight, I think. A yap session like this tends to put me to sleep by the end of it. Flooded Artifice, but I got a jetpack. 783. Only need like 500. I'll probably get that in one day. I think we're on like quota 4, quota 5. Might just have to count it at the end. I almost blew up my jetpack again. That would have been cool. 98 cash register, by the way. Why are you giving me all these two-handed items, Zeekers? Do I have to... Am I gonna have to bring that cash register home? What was that loot room? That loot room only had like 2 things in it. The Artifice was like the best moon for a loot. Feel scammed. Let me just jetpack that cash register real quick. Look the other way. I'm gonna mod in jetpacking two-handed items. Cash register is only worth 98 though, so I feel a little bit scammed. We talk about how big the wedding rings are. They're not for your fingers. I'll leave it at that. Assurance is surely the best loot moon, and that is an opinion I can get behind. I'll do assurance only again. I don't care. I'll do it. Say I won't. Another thing I was considering doing today was to try and beat Nico's, look at that landmine. Nico's 3 quota speedrun record. Because I did it kind of like as a bit earlier. At some point, like last week. What the fuck, dude? That's actually a cash, like good cash register, 154. Where the hell am I supposed to take it? Main entrance, which is right here. Alright. People say Lethal Company is a horror game. This shit's just a comedy, actually. I play Forsaken Frontiers because it's scary. I play Lethal Company because it's funny. If you're scared of Lethal Company, you're funny too. Oh, you know what? Embryon is being the best loot moon is a base to take, actually. You wouldn't mind if I went to Embryon for the run, would you, SQ? Surely you wouldn't. If we're talking about pure unadulterated loot density, Embryon is just the absolute best choice. I'm running this, I don't care. I guess I should juggle a lamp and a cash register so I can at least make this trip worth it. I've seen all the cool kids juggling two-handed items lately. I'm gonna show you just how cool I am and how hip I am with these young speedrunners or whatever. I'm moving too fast. Oh wait, this doesn't work because they're two completely different weights. Oh my god. Nope, never mind. I'll just be old as shit then. I'm only old compared to most of you anyway. I'm definitely not just old overall. Secretly hoping that you fail so that my YouTube video will be longer. Word, say less. Not gonna fail on purpose though, obviously. I got my reputation as one of the best Lethal Company gamers in the world on the line. I'm a man of many high quota world records, so doing 800 average on Artifice, a map I've never played before, should be absolute light work. I mean, look at where we're at today. Have you ever tried the cruiser jump? Yes, I have. We'll leave it at that. I don't do a lot of cruiser gameplay though, not enough anyway. The reason why I'm not using cruiser for this run is because the run that I'm practicing for is in version 50 and they don't have the cruiser. I mean, I guess I could get one now, but if I were to do two-handed objects in this run that's upcoming, I would have to run them myself. I wouldn't get a cruiser to do it, so I guess this is good practice. I thought it was B56 that added the cruiser, or am I tripping? Because the cruiser and Kidnapper Fox were added at the same time. Die to fire before you kill me, please. Thanks for the follow, Shelf HD3vo. I think I grabbed my one-handeds here. Oh, my jetpack. I forgot that I even had that. But yeah, I got 2 wedding rings. Make sure we grab them. Am I tripping or... Where did I drop them? Did I not have a laser pointer too? Whatever. Honestly, the fact that I even made it back here is a feat on its own. Why didn't I just go here first? Left hugging is clearly superior. Whoever right hugs is a chump, apparently. You know, the only reason I right hug is because Nico cannot do anything other than left hug. There was when we first started doing duo high quota, he said, "Oh, I'll right hug," because we were both left huggers. And bro kept left hugging. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna hard switch. I'll figure it out, dude. Man, Nico's run on this format would have been way different than mine, because he would have just got all this loot right away. Hmm? Okay, well now I don't feel obligated to bring back all those two-handed objects. And just jetpack a bunch of these ones. I also saw that comment about you never doing the drop strat, Sky. That's based, that's not old. It's part of, you know, it goes back to that whole thing about having moments of chill. Bringing back loot can be one of those moments. And by default, drop teching is not chill. For sure. Take it easy, Oblivion. Enjoy your run on Forsaken Frontiers. I'm a little bit jealous, not gonna lie. Yeah, hope you guys enjoy it. Appreciate you sticking around. I'll probably still be here. I got one more door to check. Dude, where are the enemies? Why am I asking? Why would I want that for myself right now? I hope the run goes well too. Or I mean, we're already 4 hours. Okay, got a man-eater. Wait, I might have to game a little bit here. Oh, maybe not as hard as I thought, actually. Oh, wrong roof. Hopefully nothing embarrassing happens. That was disorienting. Cool. Hey June, thanks for blessing the run. We're currently, I think, on quota 4 or 5. I kind of lost count. But it's all just practice for the tag team 10 quota that I gotta do right after this. So I'd say after the first hour I've had some pretty decent luck with this. I actually got a jetpack. This is actually my second or third jetpack of the run for reasons that were fortunate or unfortunate depending on which side you're on. Yeah, appreciate you coming by. Yeah, I did say where are all the enemies at, and then all of a sudden there's a man-eater. Which is also an enemy that I won't have to worry about for the tag team 10 quota also. Man-eater was not in version 50, so why am I practicing in version 65? Because I'm a boomer who don't know how to use mods in a lower version of the game. I think a jetpack on art is satisfying. Exactly. I think, you know, jetpacks are always the best item, but it feels like Artifice was made for this kind of gameplay, and it's kind of nice. It's like, that's why I don't even really do Artifice without a jetpack. Obviously, there's now the cruiser, which I'd imagine is even more satisfying if your goal is to get the most loot possible. Like, you're probably gonna want a little bit of both, maybe. Maybe not, actually. I don't know, but I'm not really a certified cruiser gamer yet. I mean, you know, Bread Squad uses the cruiser for a reason. I will say though, cruiser clips, way cooler than jetpack clips. I've seen those boys do some crazy stuff. We love to see it. I'm starting to hear things again, guys. I think it's in game. I hope it is. Streamers hearing things. And it's not the tick of the clock or the passing of time. Who is Bread? Do you live under a rock? Actually, let's just keep going. Oh shit! Wait. Ah, god damn it! it's been a while. Thank you for that. I was like, there's no freaking way there's one coming from that way. That was a dead end. That got me extra today because a coilhead has actually ended my run today in the mine shaft also. It's also been a while since, you know, people have actually used that functionality. And the less people use it, the more value the person who actually uses it gets out of it. These mineshaft sounds are so unnerving, by the way. I think this is a main play, guys. I hear things all the time. Voices in my head are speaking to me currently. Oh. The mental yap sessions go hard sometimes. Why be bored when you can always just talk to yourself and the voices that are in there with you? Set up sound effects mess with the in-game. Exactly. It's fun. It's fun. The reason why I don't put them on channel points though is because people got way too many channel points. Why is this door open? Dude, this is like the scary movies where people go and investigate. Why is my first instinct to go and investigate? Well, it looks like I must investigate because there's nowhere else for me to go. Okay, well, nowhere else for me to go might be a little bit of an exaggeration, it seems. But it's a quiet enemy. Or it's just gone deep into the facility. Or it's a door that I opened. I don't know which one it is yet. I'm like looking at the ceiling. Okay, well there is something here. What the hell could it be? Dude, is it a mimic at my ship? Did it leave through the front door? Been waiting to use it since you died earlier. Couldn't have played a better sound, honestly. Look at me playing... There it is. Look at me playing Lethal Company like it's Forsaken Frontier. It's walking everywhere. Okay. Well, let's go get a shovel or my knife or something. But dude, I don't have a good kill rate against nutcrackers either. I'm a little worried. Gamer's a little worried. How did I get lost? Oh no. Oh no, we're here. Would you mind if I stopped, or if I started speedrunning this run? Mimics won't leave the building unless you are outside. Oh. Okay. Good to know. Tell me you haven't watched Alter Ego's Mimic video without telling me you haven't watched Alter Ego's Mimic video. Okay. Oh no, it somehow took me 8 in-game hours to take all of this loot and I can no longer kill the nutcracker. Oh no. Oh, I got a cash register, word. Oh, then honestly that's on Ocals that I didn't know that. I can't believe Ocals didn't explain it to me. The audacity. I thought we was cool, Ocals. Then again, Ocal's probably mad at me that I don't know how to, like, rock a cruiser jump, even though he literally has a flight school. I almost died. Almost had a flight. He has a flight school video out right now. Guys, I'm breaking the midnight rule. I don't care. I kind of just want to. I kind of want to move on with my life. I wasn't actually supposed to go on a run. Lethal makes me feel like it's Halo 2 Legendary, everything insta-kill. I think I was better at Halo 2 Legendary than I was at Lethal Company. And then, like, if I actually get to complete this quota, I'm gonna figure out what quota I'm on so I know how much longer I have to play. Okay. What's going on here? I feel like I stumbled into something I shouldn't have. Do I speedrun it? No, I don't. I actually haven't played Halo 2 since I was a kid, basically. Wait, I guess I shouldn't even have to ask if Halo 2 speedrunning is a thing. The fuck? Pardon me? Oh. Okay. My bad. I'm not better at Halo 2 Legendary than I am at Lethal Company, by the way. Too much verticality. I'm going main, sirs. What if we add a bunch of verticality to my path? I'm gonna get lost. I'm already lost. Which was this? 56? 88? Right? I have to go upstairs? Yeah, alright, well, I can always find main, right? Instead. Mansion door sound change is goated as the bell sound change. I can rock with that. I do like that, you know, it's like it's a small change, but it's like, it's a welcome one. Okay. We'd be getting jump scared on this run, it seems. By the way, the reason why I jumped is because... Jesus Christ. Alright. Jumping makes the snare flea lose aggro on you. That is why I jumped. If you jump in real life too, that's how it works. Okay, let's start flying stuff. I was like, did I hear a dog already? Wait. Guys. Will the tulip snake kill me if I use my jetpack now? I know that the tulip snake... Oh, actually, I guess don't tell me. I'll wait for them to do what they do. I'm letting them do this outside, though, because... there's a turret in there, and if they take me into that turret, I'm just dead. So I'll just let them do this for a second. But yeah, I remember at least in version 56, if there was a tulip snake on you and you were jetpacking and it decided to fly, it would just undo all the momentum you've built up with the jetpack, and you would just fall to your death. It was really whack. That's why I wasn't risking flying with the tulip snakes right there. Not really worth it. Not like I'm in a rush to go anywhere either. Use a lot of strats to skip enemies, or simply kill all in 5 seconds. I mean, they're as good at what they do for a reason, right? I'll probably play like a lot more aggressively in a full squad compared to solo. But you know, not a lot of room for error when you're solo. Okay. I mean, at the same time, there's not a lot of room for error when you're going for world record all the time too. But I have room for error here. Thanks for the follow. Just one more bet. Oh yeah, I said I'm just gonna leave now. So we're just gonna leave now. And we're gonna figure out how many quotas this is, because I might be able to just complete 2 off rip and then move on with my day. Right, so we had 130, then 230 something, then 300, 500, 783. So this is at least 5th quota. And then I should have enough to complete a 6th one, and then we'll call it a day. Because this isn't gonna be like, I'll probably revisit Artifice at some point to go for an actual high quota run. But this is not pace for, you know, a best score on Artifice only, since, you know, I've died a few times on this and just kind of brought the run back. I think I'm gonna go for a minimum submission here, and then go for a max one when I revisit it. I actually did have fun here, actually. So I'd be down to give it a real go at some point. And then I'll have like everything unlocked for me when I do it that way too. Like I can use the cruiser and stuff. I don't have to stay until midnight. But you know, it's not going to be something I avoid doing also, especially once I get a jetpack. Well, I guess cruiser too. Cruiser serves the same function. I can actually learn, you know, the cruiser jump for Artifice. We can do like a more legitimate Artifice only high quota. We can leave it at this for now. I do want to do that tag team 10 quota while I still have energy. I do still want to play solo Nightmare or Forsaken Frontiers. And I feel like I can keep this run going for a little bit too long. Just because of how good the loot is on Artifice. Even if I'm playing like super conservatively. Did that get there? I think it was like 736 or something, right? Oh, 783, okay. It's probably this tea kettle next then. Or the Easter egg plus... It's exactly 40 that I need. So 10 over is probably the lead, or the... Yeah, 10 over is my best bet here. Yeah, and I have enough to just sell right here too for a 6 quota. 1139. Cool. I probably don't even submit this one actually, because I feel like 6 quota. I feel like 6 quota is so low, but I'm gonna give myself the option to do it, just in case. Also, in version 65, I can like manipulate the quota a lot more too with furniture, probably. Maybe just to feed the YouTube data. I mean, like, I could keep going on the midnight stuff for that, and I think the midnight only angle will be good enough. I don't think it has to be like a world record or high quota submission or anything. This was just proof of concept too, if I could get onto the high quota leaderboard doing midnight only. And turns out I can. And turns out it's not optimal either. I'll be able to feed the YouTube data with 2 Artifice videos by also doing the tag team 10 quota thing as well, because I did post my last go on the tag team 10 quota as a separate video as well, and it did okay. I don't want to do full coverage on the whole tag team 10 quota thing though, because that's going to be more SQ's thing. But I will be posting at least mine separately. And then what he wants to do with that is going to be up to him. $1,013 feels like a low roll, by the way. I should learn like the quota math a little bit. I don't really know like what good increments or bad increments are. I just kind of be vibing, which I think is fine. The team members are known? Yeah. SQ dropped a list of all of them earlier today. I don't remember all of them off top, All I know is that it started with Ocals, Tipper Cod was in it, Short Sheriff, Mango, KC Page, Adam Elf, I think Bully was in on it, Tomato Bird, SQ did quota 9, and then I'm responsible for quota 10. It's the first run in the series that actually reached quota 10, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting if I actually do it. But I have to average 800 scrap per day on Artifice, which is why I decided to do this Artifice only run today. This was only supposed to be a 2-hour run, but I kept it pushing, I guess. The run just wouldn't end. It's literally ending because I'm choosing to end it. And because, like, if I keep going from this point onward, like, earnestly, I'm just nerfing myself the whole way through. So if I'm gonna make people sit through, like, 6 to 8 hours of Artifice, I'd rather it be one where I didn't grief myself for most of it. But I guess I now that I thought about it, I think I will submit it anyway. Just so I can be on the board at least, you know? Because I don't know when I'll even revisit Artifice. Like, it's probably gonna be a long while, so I might as well put this up there. And people can be happy that they beat my Artifice score. It's kind of like a win-win. How's it going, Boski? It's going well. We're coming to the end of our midnight only Artifice challenge. I wanted to see if I can get onto the High Quota leaderboard, doing a midnight only challenge on Artifice, and turns out we are. I only needed to complete 6 quotas in order to do that. So we're ending it here after completing 6 quotas because I do eventually want to do an actual Artifice only high quota run, and this current run is not on pace for what I think I'm capable of on this moon. And I also have to do like a 10 quota speed run after this, or my part in a tag team 10 quota. That's why I did this Artifice run today, because I need to play it on Artifice. And I haven't played Artifice in a long while. Like my first time touching Artifice since version 56 probably. So I wanted to get some reps in first, and I think I have enough reps now. I mean, 4 hours of practice I think is good enough. Does Nico have a Discord server? He does. I'll link it to you right now. Right about here. Low-key, I'm more active in Nico's Discord server than my own. And I'm most active currently in the Forsaken Frontiers Discord. 999? But Nico's Discord is nice and cozy. The people who are active there are super chill. That's really nice. Domination of Moons is coming. Like I said, I'm really enjoying the solo high quota and duo high quota runs that we're doing. And the fact that there's a leaderboard for high quota now is just really good incentive to actually do those runs. So I'm happy. The people are happy that I'm still playing Lethal Company. And I'm also happy that Forsaken Frontiers is appealing to people as well. Midnight only Embryon run, it's in the works. I plan on doing midnight only for basically every moon. Midnight only is going to be like my training arc for the high quota, and then high quota will be what happens afterwards. Because like, if I'm going to be doing a midnight only, I'm basically doing a high quota run, because I'm not just going to sit in the ship at 2 p.m. and then wait until midnight for it to take off. I'm going to be in there gaming, trying to go as hard as I can. Now once it reaches like 9 p.m, 10 p.m, then I might kind of stay behind a little bit. But I didn't have to do that today. I feel like I should scrub through the VOD real quick to make sure that I actually did 6, but I feel like I did. Like because it was like a 130, then a 2 something, then a 3 something, and a 5 something, 7 something. Now I just did 1000. You know what? I mean, it doesn't even matter. I'm not gonna do another one. If I have to, I'll just do it in a second session. So yeah, we'll end that one there. If I have to do one more quota, then I'll figure it out.